official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. If you're watching the TMA STL YouTube channel, you'll notice a gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett, who has bedhead, which means he was rolling around in the sheets this morning. How do you do?
You do have bedhead. What's up with that?
Oh, damn it. I thought my hair looked good today.
No, I like it. It's kind of shooting off the right side. It's better to have hair there than an unfortunate piece of skull.
Yeah, I can feel that. No, I woke up and I was like, oh, you know what? No hat today. Thought the hair looked okay.
Let it breathe.
Okay.
Let it fly, son. I thought it looked good. I didn't realize it was bedhead.
It kind of looks tousled a little bit, like, you know, a devil-may-care attitude.
I like that devil-may-care.
You don't know.
Did you write it on your
what
chopper?
I might be up to?
Teterboro.
Yes, I rode in on my chopper. I took that as me riding in on my motorcycle with the high handlebars.
Well,
Oh, yeah, chopper.
Which I think would be a good look for me.
I think it'd be a hot look. You can call in on what would be the hottest look for Jackson at 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in. Jackson's in a good place because he does not have to update text inbox names again until April. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. They've already started to gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The White Collar Hoosiers talking to Danny Rogers, who's talking to John Scores and Deep Voice Dude and the Devil's Crotch. They're all in there. Doug, you got that gold bullion because we got to 6,700 subscribers.
Nice. That was nice.
Last week. You can subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. And, of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We are giving away, courtesy of Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, a $5,000 brand new garage to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month. And so far, we have 5 different winners, 17 more competitions here in the month of March. The next one coming up on the polosplus.com dossier today at 9:45. Also on your Polos Plus dossier, Chris Kerber at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And we will also be joined by Ryan Luechtefeld, former Billiken. He will be with us in the 9 o'clock hour as well. The Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, Doug, features a major decision, though, for you here at 7:02 a.m. on March 9th, 2026 in the Gateway to the West.
What's that?
And that is, what is our league?
Gosh, I don't know. I just can't envision a scenario where I'd be much good to use at all today.
What the hell happened? The Cardinals tied yesterday.
Well, they did. I don't like a tie. Missouri loses at home. The Billikens, 29-point loss. I'm afraid they've lost their mojo. All we've got to cling to right now is the Blues. And so I say, doggone it, a 4-game winning streak on the road when they hadn't won on the road in a month of Sundays. So maybe it's the Blues.
They can just get
maybe
win a baby.
Didn't you just say the other day, Doug, if they could just win every single game, they had a shot?
Yeah.
And they took it to heart.
By my math, if they win them all the rest of the way, they'd have 97 points.
Okay.
That's about what it's going to take.
All right.
Okay.
And there's only 19 left. They've won 4 so far. I think they can close out the season with a 23-game winning streak.
Okay.
There's always
Who's
a
with
chance.
me?
No.
Francesa's out.
Say no.
Francesa's out.
How do you explain this, though? Well, they can't get anything done at all on the road. Then they go on the West Coast and they win 4 in a row. Are they bitter about the Parayko being dangled out there for a trade, or that they've been called out, or is it just a quirky thing that happens?
I do think Robert Thomas, when he has a little bit of edge, plays at a high level. Last year, he was kind of miffed, didn't get into that Four Nations, and he was part of that Blues heater. He's been unreal since he came back.
Yeah.
4 goals, 4 games.
I think the impact of Dylan Holloway is what would point to he comes back after the break, and then they win a bunch of games like a month of Sundays.
A month of Sundays. Month of Sundays.
Well, I like that Sundays.
Yeah. Hofer has won his last 4 starts. I don't know. It's way too late, I guess, for me to get excited about it. But
Hey, listen. If somebody believes, who am I to say they are wrong? Now, I don't. And personally, I'm in the let's get a high draft pick mode, which might be awkward since I'm supposed to be holding rights for the Blues since we're on the rights holder station.
right.
But that's how I feel. And so, I suppose it's encouraging, but most likely, barring the 23-game winning streak,
Yeah.
it's only hurting them in the big picture. Thank you. Thank you for my unpopular take.
Well, that's the reality. It might be unpopular, but that is the reality of the situation. I don't think the players that are taking the ice every night right now care necessarily that it's hurting their draft position next year.
It'd be very weird since many of them won't be participating with the organization in 7 months.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll continue to play hard for their own careers, if nothing else.
Doug, all you need is a chip and a chair. The Blues are going all the way, baby. There you go, Martin.
Chip and a chair. By the way, the undershipped. The undershipped.
What's the under? Oh, yeah.
the trade
No, you better
deadline.
believe it. I am.
Doug, we cashed in.
I'm in trouble here, Doug. I called you a mark-ass buster, and
Yes.
guess who the mark-ass buster is?
You.
Me.
Mm-hmm. Off to Wichita you go.
Yeah, I was at Wichita all weekend and went to the Pizza Hut. Fun, good pizza. You ever get that deep dish? Ever get that? Is it a pan pizza? They have a pan pizza that came out in a pan.
I haven't been to Pizza Hut in 50 years.
I worked at the Pizza Hut right here on Olive in 95 delivering pizzas. Yeah. I hope this doesn't come off as unrelatable. Yeah. 87 Grand Dam with a spoiler. Bitches love spoilers.
Because you were going so fast, you needed to keep that car on the ground.
Bitches love spoilers.
Okay.
Does the car just smell like pizza all the time?
It smelled like poverty and disappointment. Yeah.
Well, I have a carport.
Right. Okay, that's what led me there.
Well, what was the best tip you got?
You know what? In this area, you had some corporations, and I would do large lunch deliveries, and sometimes you'd get hit with like a $25 tip.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Sweet action.
Yeah. I hope that doesn't come off as unrelatable.
Well, you needed that to keep the spoiler attached to the car.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
There you go.
Frank's yelling. Did your dad Jimmy, just get out of the city. Go shake down the West County folks. Feels like it was strategic.
I think you might be right about that. The Blues streak is like going back to an ex. In the short term, it feels good. But long term, we need to tank. Reassess ourselves and draft McKenna. Move on and find our long-term lover. Doug, that's from Mongo. So Missouri is like a wife that sleeps with the pool boy, and the Blues are like going back to your ex?
I guess.
Man.
But how do you tank if you're a player? What do you expect the players to do? Just stop playing hard? That's not going to happen. You wouldn't think. Their careers are on the line. They can't. They don't get the tank memo.
I know, Doug, but it's disappointing. We need this team to lose. What are they doing?
I don't know.
When we wanted them to win, they didn't.
Yeah.
Now we're okay with losing, and they're winning.
There's still a chance they could put together a nice little losing streak.
Okay.
Hello, la la la.
So we're holding out hope here. They could still cobble together a losing streak.
Well, I think when I realized it was more than 48 hours ago, but the trade deadline of the undercovering, which sent me and my family in an unmarked vehicle to Wichita for the weekend to hide out from my bookmaker.
It's a tough drive, too.
It's a brutal drive. I made it a year ago. I can speak to it. And, of course, I had to make it this weekend to avoid my bookie, is what took place when it was all said and done. Justin Falk, gone. Braden Shen, gone, but staying at the same hotel as the Blues in San Jose. So Dougie went down the hallway and then comes to St. Louis tomorrow night with the Isle.
You think you'll fight a former teammate?
What do you think on that,
Just
Martin?
to show the Islanders, hey, I'm one of you now.
I don't think so. But what are the odds? You're at a hotel in San Jose. You get traded to the New York Islanders. Oh, by the way, there are a couple floors up if you want to go talk to them about the deal.
He did. Did you see the video of him walking out?
There's video everywhere. The Islanders have video of him walking into the room. The NHL has video of the guy taking the trade over the phone. There isn't anything that isn't televised. Surprised they didn't have video of Parayko walking to Starbucks getting a call from Doug Armstrong in Seattle. Hey, we traded you. What? What a weird couple of days for them, all on the road. And the fact, Shen, yes, first game back at St. Louis. It'll be great when he returns, Doug. It's tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
He just got traded.
I don't think he'll get in a fight with somebody.
No. This is a big day for Caruso in the editing room. The tribute tomorrow will bring tears from number 10. Mm-hmm. Put that in predictionary papers.
Tears for 10.
Tears for 10 on Tuesday night. But I thought Armstrong on Friday because my question was, what is the state of the franchise? Where are they? And they all hate the word rebuild, so they always kind of have something cute. So it's a retool, and just they're kind of adjusting on the fly. But I think he more or less admitted we thought we were in a better spot than we were. And once we realized we weren't, we're trying to fix it.
Here is what Doug Armstrong had to say. Now, this is Friday on the state of the team that Martin made reference to.
Papers.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
That, we're excited where we're at. Obviously, we now have Broberg and Holloway in there with Hofer and Neighbors, and we have some younger players that we're going to start to continue to build around. We've added a lot of draft picks over the last 3 seasons, first-round picks. So we're in a good spot. We've moved out veteran players, obviously, to create space, create opportunity. We were functioning on a retool. I wouldn't say this is a rebuild in the sense that we don't have quality players that are going to compete, but we no longer have that veteran presence that we maybe had 5 hours ago.
Is that the equivalent of the org is in a good spot? He said we're excited where we're at.
Yeah. I don't know that you could be too excited, but I guess if you look down the road,
Got a lot of
play the
picks.
cards right, get the picks right, you could have something going here in a year or two.
I'm personally thrilled with what took place on Friday afternoon. To get what they got for Shen and Falk, love it. And, I mean, they were on the verge of having an even greater trade deadline had Colton Parayko decided to go to Buffalo. I mean, that's a significant haul considering where they were for two guys who, you know, realistically aren't going to be a part of when this team is back truly in the mix to compete for a championship. So from that standpoint, I realize it's now putting things on delay from where we thought they were about 11 months ago. But to get those guys who they got, to get the picks they got on Friday, I'm thrilled with it. It would have been even better had Colton Parayko decided to go to Buffalo. It's nothing personal against Colton Parayko. Then the haul would have been even more substantial. But considering what they were able to get in the final hour of the trade deadline on Friday, from my perspective, that's a win.
Yeah, I was personally surprised that they got first rounders for both guys. I guess it speaks to how well thought of they are, at least by the Red Wing and Islander organizations. Both teams clinging to playoff spots in their divisions. So they must think those two guys can help them get them over the top.
And I think both guys are, you know, quality vets, solid in there. And at the deadline, they're looking for players like that. I'm shocked, too, that you can get first rounds for both. You got 3 first-round picks next year, but those guys aren't going to help you for a few years. So and I get it. Armstrong's goal is to kind of long-term stability. But what do the Blues look like next year? Because you're probably going to make some more deals this summer. Would Bennington be willing to go with a summertime trade? Maybe Kyrou finally gets moved. So I still think you're kind of retooling here for a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They got a ways to go, but they took some nice first steps. I'm kind of happy that Parayko didn't go because I've always liked him. And he's only 32. He should have 4 or 5 more years left, I would think.
You notice Friday night, Doug, they only had 5 defensemen in their alignment because they didn't have enough defensemen.
Yeah.
After trading Falk, Parayko's still injured. And he kind of outlined that it was stunning to him. I mean, none of us heard his name mentioned. I think he would fall into the same camp as the Blues fans who were like, wait a minute, Parayko's on the move?
Uh-huh.
Great story from Jeremy Rutherford on what transpired with that whole 48 hours of the Buffalo no trade clause, and I would recommend reading that in The Athletic. Here is what Colton Parayko had to say yesterday. Please hit the lever.
It was kind of quite the 24, 48 hours, I guess. But it was glad it's behind us in the rearview, and it's an opportunity now to look in the kind of forward. And I guess one of the saying, there's a reason that the rear view is smaller than the windshield in front of you, the rear view mirror. So forward looking, just glad to obviously be here and be a St. Louis Blue. It's a special place for me, special city, special organization. The Blue Note is special. So I've been here, this is my 11th season, and I've been really fortunate to be able to wear the Blue Note for 11 seasons. It's a great experience. Everything's great teammates, fans, city, everything like that. And I guess moving forward now for myself is making sure that I continue to come to the rink, and my focus is obviously St. Louis Blues, and it's great.
Doug Cuckleberry Finn says, didn't the Blues go on their 11-game winning streak last year with Parayko out of the lineup for most of it? That's from Cuckleberry Finn.
I don't know. Team Canada thought enough about him to give him a regular shift in the Olympics. So the Blues aren't the only team that thinks he's a really good player.
Do you want to fight Cuckleberry Finn?
I don't necessarily need to punch him. I just have to remind him that he's pretty well thought of around the league.
And at $6.5 million, it's not in the current NHL, that's not a bad number.
Blues can't even tank correctly. That's from the Nipper School Monitor, and he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL YouTube channel, and he's not happy that they're not tanking correctly.
How would you tank in hockey?
Nipper School Monitor, call in.
You just tell the goalie,
put
let him
Danny
score.
Padre in
Just
net.
let him score.
Suit up Danny Padre and
Don't
say,
chase the puck.
we're going to give him a shot here.
Don't ever shoot.
So now you need a captain, and if, let's just say, and I think they would love it to be Jake Neighbors, but let's just say Robert Thomas is in the mix. Can you go to a guy that you almost traded or talked about trading and say, now that you're still here, we wouldn't mind you wearing the C? I think it's going to be Neighbors, but I think that also is not going to sit well with Robert Thomas.
I think you could. If you think he'd be the best guy for the job, I think you do it. You say, well, business is business. We all understand that. You're the best guy for the job. Here's the C. Unless you don't think he'd be the best guy.
You're talking about for Neighbors.
I'm talking about for Thomas. If you think Thomas would be the best guy just because maybe you tried to trade him, I don't think that should mean that he can't possibly be a captain.
I think it'll be Neighbors.
I think it probably will be, too.
Doug Armstrong, with regard to the, I don't know what the right word would be. It was suggested by, at the very least, Ray Ferraro, and then it gained traction that the Blues were the ones who leaked the Parayko to Buffalo deal to pressure Parayko. Doug Armstrong, adamant that didn't happen. He said, anytime there's a trade leak, I find it very disappointing. For the people that know me, we run a pretty tight ship as far as communication coming in and out, so I was disappointed it got out. End quote. So, did the leak come from the Blues? Many assume so, even accusing the team of trying to pressure Parayko into waiving it by making it public. But Armstrong's adamant that's not what happened. In fact, he took an extreme measure to make certain that it wasn't. While Parayko was in Seattle with the team on Wednesday night, still contemplating his decision, Armstrong ordered a thorough examination of his staff's phone, text, and email records. Quote, we did some due diligence as soon as that happened, he said. Everybody passed the test, not surprisingly. I know it didn't come from us. What was Armstrong prepared to do if he learned that someone from the Blues was involved in the leak? Quote, I was honest. When we checked the phone records and text records, I said, if it's out there, you're losing your job, he said. Armstrong wanted to be clear on Friday that he's not pointing the fingers at the Sabres, though. Quote, I'm not saying it was Buffalo either. There's so many people involved in things that go on. Family members, agents. It's a never-ending cycle of people that get talked to. He was especially bothered by this leak because of the perception that the Blues were pressuring Parayko. So Doug Armstrong had the Blues go through the employees' phones to verify that nobody leaked it.
That had to be awkward. Where you walk into an office and hand somebody your phone and your computer and they go through everything. I guess it's a necessary thing to do. You can't have any leaks out there if it's going to affect the organization, as that one did. Still kind of an awkward thing.
That sounds pretty severe.
Yeah. I wonder what else they found on phones.
Yeah, it's like, who's this Sally and Sullivan you've been emailing? What?
Yeah.
That's not about the trade. Just going through all your stuff. That would be a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm sure nobody was more uncomfortable than Parayko when the news came out.
He thought about it for a couple days. In JR's story, he details the meeting that Armstrong held with all the players who had a no-trade clause, and he didn't attend it because of getting treatment for back spasms after he came back from the Olympics. But there was no tension about it. His agent reached out to him. Everybody understood it. And he did get told by Armstrong that it was a possibility, but Parayko said that he didn't really think it was really going to happen. And then all of a sudden he gets the phone call, and now he's got to think about it. He was seriously thinking about it. Parayko also said he's disappointed because it comes off like he didn't want to go to the city of Buffalo. And he said, if anything, Buffalo reminds him of St. Louis. It had nothing to do with not wanting to live in Buffalo. He said they've got an up-and-coming team and a great young alumni group. And so he was seriously thinking about it, but when it was all said and done, he decided not to do it, and he said he doesn't like that it comes off like he didn't want to play in the city of Buffalo, as some Buffalo Sabres fans took it.
Yeah. I guess we should believe him, but what's he going to say? Yeah, I just hate Buffalo. I don't ever want to go there again. He couldn't say that.
I think that's what Jim Kelly said before going to the USFL and then eventually going to Buffalo. Is that right? And now he loves Buffalo?
Yeah.
I think that's it.
I'm sure if you're there long enough, you find things that you love about it. But
Niagara Falls?
I was kind of happy to see Parayko stand up for himself and say, nope, I'm not going. I thought the trade would have made a lot of sense for the Blues, but at the same time, Parayko is such a likable guy.
You could almost see him saying, "Oh, okay, fine. Do I have to?
Yeah.
Yep, you need to go. Oh, okay, sure."
Doug, if you have a company phone, they have full access to look at everything through an app. That's from the 3 and 4. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Jackson, is that correct? I know you're counsel.
A company phone, maybe your own personal phone. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like if it's the company giving you the device, I would assume that they would have easy access to find all that.
Yeah,
Your personal self, but I don't know. There's probably something you sign when you sign some sort of employment agreement.
If they give you a company phone, I would think you also have your own phone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what Ray King did.
I had that with Channel 4 for years. They gave me one to use for video.
I don't think they'd be publicly announcing that they were looking through everyone's phone unless they had all legal right to do so. It'd be pretty silly to.
And anyone who fought it would obviously be the main guy that you would blame for leaking it.
Yeah.
Steiner, you have 48 missed calls from Andy Strickland, and some radio producers have texted a couple times.
That'd be great if they looked at Ali Marmol's phone and saw your text of let's go. What's this? Who's this Martin Kilcoyne?
It was 8 in the morning. Who told you? Let's go.
No job is getting access to my cell phone unless it's company issued. Not because I find it to be an overstep, but the sheer volume of guy-on-guy little person stag films on this thing would be uncomfortable for my employer. Doug, that's from Major Stronzo. So he also is taking a stand.
Well, if it was your personal phone and you didn't agree to allow them to search it, and they're going to fire you, are you okay with that? I don't think you would be.
Jim the Cat Hayes having action with Doug Vaughn.
What?
Yeah, that's when Frank went through my phone.
Quit sending us naked video of males, okay?
That means he wants a naked video of women? Was that what he was requesting?
I mean, if you took it literally.
He had to tell the audience to quit sending them.
Yeah. Guess the listeners had time at 10:30 that day.
But if you were perfectly innocent and it was your personal phone and you said, I don't want you going through my phone, I didn't tell anybody about the trade, but you never turned in your phone, I assume they'd fire you.
I would like to know a lot more about how this all went down. I'm fascinated by this.
I just would say this. I call. I don't know that I'm ahead, but I'm not certain that I'm behind. Let me put it that way.
I don't know how quickly you could go through everybody's stuff that thoroughly. I think it sounds good, and they probably did do some vetting, but it would be fascinating.
Yeah, and if somebody were terminated, I might retain counsel.
And you would think if you texted that information out, you could delete the text real quick. And then what are they going to call T-Mobile or Verizon and say, we need records for the last month and a half of this guy? They wouldn't give it to me.
And they said, "Why? What are you guys doing this for?" He goes, "Well, we were thinking about trading a defenseman." And they got out. This is hardly a matter of national security.
And then, hey, Bob, I noticed you have a lot of really vile emails to this. What is this radio show? TMA. What's this about? Sorry, Army, we needed a new garage.
If you want a new garage, though, you go to Schaefer Door Company. Sponsor the podcast here on TMA. LiftMaster partner is Schaefer Door Company. And Jason Gassrow's giving away a brand new garage door or 2 garage doors up to $5,000 for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. It's Schaefer Door Company. Any garage door issues, go to SCHAEFER door.com. That's one F. It's Schaefer Door Company, longtime TMA sponsor and sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Subscribe to the TMA STL podcast and the 101 ESPN podcast. They handle residential, they handle commercial, and they are loyal sponsors of this show. Support the sponsors, support Schaefer Door Company. the one giving away the garage doors for the winner of the email of the month. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. It is 7:26 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett and his hot little head of bedhead. Doug, look at that. I like it.
He's
I
got
think
a
it's
devil
naughty.
may care attitude today.
Man, in a month of Sundays? You can call into Chairman Kurt at 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines, and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. This is the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Missouri. The Billikens.
What's happened there?
With Billy Gilman's mom in the news?
No, with the Billikens.
Oh. What do you mean?
What's going on? Well,
if you read our agreement to get our payments,
yeah,
we got to talk about
always. Okay, always positive.
One. So let's focus on the Loyola game Wednesday.
Okay.
That was a nice win.
Yeah, I like that one. Not much to like about that George Mason game. Holy smokes. Oh, that was wrong there. Okay, sorry.
Watch it. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast in the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt filters the phone calls and the Callier and Thompson phone lines and the emails and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. The day is Schaefer Door Company Garage Door on the line for the winner of the month of March. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Text into the program via the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646 and gather with other TMA listeners and talk it over like John Scores, STL Chris, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio. Tough spot for him because he doesn't know which avatar to use, Jackson. He still has Arkansas in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, but it needs to be either LSU or Kentucky because that's who Missouri will meet in the SEC tournament as they lose to Arkansas on Saturday.
Okay.
Papers, how you doing?
Not great.
Oh, no.
I was really upset on Saturday.
Who are you mad at?
Everybody.
Oh,
T.O.
no.
Barrett a little bit.
What were you mad at him about?
I mean, it's tough to be mad at.
That's okay. Talk. I'll
19
talk
years
with you about
20
it.
years old.
Nobody else is in the room. Nobody else is in the room.
I was thinking of Gates joking that T.O. also stood for turnover.
He's got 20 whatever seconds left, down to. You don't need to sprint haul ass to get there and then just turn the ball over with no one deflect. It just fell out of his hands right into Arkansas. Then you do it again and again and again. And honestly, probably should have made the layup at the end of regulation. Trent Pierce needs to know the difference between the shot clock and the game clock so he can know to put it back up and in. Like, you had that game 3 or 4 different ways in a game where they're not playing their best player, and an opportunity to cement yourself in the tournament, get yourself a double bye, or at least a chance to double bye at the time, and you falter. And it's March now, and the margin of error is 0. So I hope they got that out of their system and are ready to play good ball, but I'm very frustrated after that loss.
Is this why you lost the will to take care of yourself and just kind of let your hair go?
I really thought, I really came in today thinking, you know what, my hair looks pretty solid. I'm not going to wear a hat. I'm not going to wear a hat.
I like it.
Well, did you hear what Vaughn just said?
You have the bedhead. I think you had yourself a little early morning session. You know what I do? I doff my cap.
No.
Trust me, all of us in here are living vicariously through you.
There's no sessions. Just
Is that right?
No.
You just haven't slept ever since T.O. Barrett's.
No. Oh, well, you
Have you just
lost
been
the hour of
pacing
sleep.
your pad, constantly rethinking it?
No, I had a good hat throw, though, after...
Were you by yourself or were you with Herb?
I was by myself. 11 a.m. tip. Yeah, I threw my cap. I was really upset. It's all right. It's season ain't over.
I just see you walking outside with your hands behind your back and your head looking down at your feet as you walk down the street and tried to shake it off.
I was okay. I powered through.
Seeing as Darius Acuff and Jackson, is what awards is he going to win?
He's right up there in the mix for Naismith Player of the Year. He'll be top 5 pick in the NBA draft.
And there were rumblings Friday afternoon that he may not play in Columbia. And I contacted the members of the Tam Avenue Capital Partners and did our 3rd cash call of the week and said, hey, I really like Missouri, and I think we can go money line. But if you want, we can get them plus 3.5 right now. I think the action's going to move if and when Acuff is announced not to play. And everybody's like, man, you know what? I know we've had 13 cash calls in the last week, but you are observing the market and you are getting us great numbers. And sure enough, by the time the game tipped off, Missouri was minus 2.5.
Yeah.
Look at that. Well, we got them at plus 3.5. Game goes to overtime. And Doug, did they lose by 3? No. They lost by 4.
Yes,
Tam Avenue Capital Partners are going to have another cash call this morning as the Fighting Tigers, even without Arkansas's best player, come up short. Mark Mitchell went off, career high in points throughout the course of the second half of the broadcast. I don't recall the gentleman's name who was on the color.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He was consumed with Mark Mitchell's stamina.
Yeah.
And that was a theme. It reminded me of when Evander Kane hit the post in the 2019 Western Conference Finals. It could not stop being mentioned how tired Mark Mitchell was.
Arkansas had 3 guys that played like the entire game.
Yeah, they were a little shorthanded too, and they were in foul trouble. Yeah, Mark. I mean, I guess you could say on the closeout, Trevon Brazil there in overtime cost him the 3 there, but I didn't think Mark Mitchell's fatigue was the issue. It was turning it over time and time again, and not converting when you had 2 great looks at the end of regulation to get a win. I mean, Barrett's is a kind of a tough Eurostep layup, but Trent Pierce had way more time than clearly he thought he had in a wide open layup to finish it.
The Colonel got so frustrated on the postgame show that he told somebody to go F themselves.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh.
That's all it took. Finally, an Arkansas loss in early March.
I gotta find that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're in a group text, our journalism school group, all of them graduating, of course. I'm the lucky attendee that gets to be included. And the Colonel said he lost it on the postgame show.
What did the guy say to him?
I don't know. I've listened to about the first 10 minutes of it, and you can tell he's getting frustrated early on. Yeah.
I thought Dennis Gates was as, not defensive, but his post-game, he was defending their record, their resume, said, I know a lot of people are going to talk about our schedule's fine. And then he made he made the case that since January, they've been sort of a new team and very adamant that this is a tournament team. And I think by all accounts, Mizzou is still fine, but they've now made it a little more, I would say, a little more nerve-wracking on Sunday.
Missouri is fine, as is St. Louis University, at this moment. And I want to emphasize that because you have these conference tournaments where if you have randoms winning them, they are, Doug, what we're going to hear the term here, bid stealers.
Yes, they are.
Bid stealers.
Okay.
And oftentimes, programs that know they are in great shape and have little upside if they are to win the conference tournament don't necessarily go balls to the wall this weekend. And that opens the door for bid stealers. So, for example, just to localize it, if St. Louis University or VCU were to not win the Atlantic 10, that means that is a bid stealer. What is good for Missouri, what is good for St. Louis University is all these teams on the bubble, not all, but the vast majority lost this weekend. And so the lack of, I think college basketball in 2026 is super top heavy. But then when you get down to the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seeds, it's a significant drop off. And so the bubble teams really went through it this weekend. And so even though Missouri and St. Louis University lost, I don't know if they really lost ground because the teams around them also lost. Again, not everybody, but the majority. And so that is why they are both still holding steady. You know, Doug, you talk about bracketology.
Yeah, okay.
And Joe Lenardi last night posted this right after the Michigan and Michigan State game. And Barrelid losing Dillinois and Brad Underwood not happy in the post game. You want to hear Brad Underwood?
Sure, I'd like to.
You got Brad Underwood because he was not happy with the question after they beat Maryland.
All right.
Brad, you've struggled a little bit in some close games of late. Does this give you guys confidence because you know you're going to have close ones coming up?
Well, I think that's a bunch of crap. You can think what you want to think. We've pulled away in a lot of those, too. So, yeah, next question. I didn't like that one very much.
He also admitted this weekend he had the flu. He sounded a little cranky there.
Illinois is back to play it in St. Louis, Doug, says Joe Lenardi, and they'll be taking on White State. And the winner of that game will take on Miami or Texas in St. Louis. Also in St. Louis, for the record, we have, are we going 1 seed now? Have we been moved up to a 1 seed coming to town?
I see him play Wisconsin against the Santa Clara SMU winner, or Iowa State and ETSU.
What are you looking at?
Joe Lenardi.
Are you on ESPN.com in the bracket that was released last night?
Well, I would assume so.
Wow, controversial. Joe Lenardi's releasing multiple brackets.
Can't be wrong if you
I bet.
really cover all your bases.
It's like those sharps that had the 1-800 numbers in the 80s. 50% of the nation got one team, 50% of the nation got the other. What I see on ESPN.com from Joe Lenardi is Illinois in St. Louis as a 2 seed taking on Wright State.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I see that.
What do you?
And Miami and Texas, but also in St. Louis, there's those other games. Iowa State against ETSU.
Okay, so you're talking about the other St. Louis game. God, I thought you were talking about Illinois. All right. Yes, so Wisconsin is a 6, Santa Clara and SMU, the 11s. They'd be playing in Dayton next week, and then Iowa State would be the 3. The Billikens now down to a 9 seed and dropping. They are in red, which means they're dropping, and they are down to a 9 seed playing Clemson. That would be in Buffalo, where Michigan is the 1 seed. And meanwhile, you're fighting Missouri Tigers, a 10 seed in Oklahoma City, taking on St. Mary's. If they were to win that, Houston and Kelvin Sampson would be lurking, waiting for them, unless Portland State could spring the upset.
Okay.
Papers,
I like that.
Do you feel like your Tigers are in, even if they lose to Kentucky or LSU?
Yeah, I think they're in. I think the 10 seed is likely. I think if they win 1 game, still a 10 seed. Win 2 games, maybe get into the 9, and then win the whole damn thing. Then you could see something crazy like a 7. But I think 10 is most likely the seed for Missouri.
Would you like to make a little road trip to Oklahoma City?
I would not.
Oh.
No, I'll watch it at home.
It's close to Wichita.
It is close to Wichita, but I have no real interest in driving, whether it's 7 hours or 8 hours.
Taking a shot?
To OKC and then just turning around the next day or even that night and doing that. It sounds pretty rough.
Definitely take a shot. He's definitely taking a shot.
Got a fair weather.
I mean, if Auburn is still considered on the bubble,
Stephen Pearl is really making campaign speeches, Martin.
if they're 7-11 in the SEC, okay, it used to be if you finished 500 in a big conference, you're safe over 500, like Mizzou's 10-8. The fact that Auburn's even in the conversation by the pundits, that tells me Mizzou has to be close to a lock. If Auburn's even in discussion, they're 16-15.
For the record, Auburn is 39 in the Ken Palm. Missouri is 50. Auburn is 39 in the Ken Palm. St. Louis University now down to 40. And then you have the NCAA net rankings. Missouri lost to Arkansas. Arkansas, for the record, is 18. Illinois got their win yesterday. They are number 5. The Billikens are number 27 in the net rankings. Auburn is also 39 in the NCAA net rankings, and Missouri is 60th in the net rankings.
Auburn has lost 8 of their last 10 games.
And that's why Stephen Pearl was making his campaign speech.
They will not be playing.
That's what I hate. That's what I hate. These analytics. Well, their net's good. Their win above the bubble's good. Win some games. Okay, great.
Speaking of winning games, how about the Marquette Golden Eagles, baby?
Doing it.
Taking down Dan
Really
Hurley.
for the whole country.
And Dan Hurley got tossed.
I love that move by Dan Hurley. The game's over. There's 0.6. Plenty of time to get kicked out.
Put a show on the way
that.
out.
I thought it was
Try and
great.
steal our thunder.
Yeah.
We avoided losing a 20th game and beat Dan Hurley.
That's awesome.
America rejoices.
However, both teams should be given a technical foul for both wearing blue.
Wow. Jackson does have the Uniform Boy podcast?
Yeah, aesthetically unpleasing to see light blue and dark blue against each other.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Did you see that Bobby Hurley got a technical a few hours after Danny Hurley got ejected?
Some wizard edited it together so it looked like they're screaming at each other. They did like a side-by-side video, and it's outstanding.
262 friends are in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they are talking about it right now in the YouTube chat. And you can join them in there as well. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the TMA YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That's Michelob Ultra, long-time Morning After sponsor. And the weather is warming up. Just glorious conditions yesterday. And it looks like it's going to be beautiful today and tomorrow. How do you do? Jackson, you going to be out there compressing? I know you hate Mondays because the staff gets to work.
It's public day, as I call it.
Yeah.
I might hit the range today.
All right.
Seems like a good range day. Got some stuff to work on. Yeah, some stuff to work on.
This guy's game's trending. Enjoy Michelob Ultra with the weather warming up. You're out there with friends. You're out there with family. Enjoy the festivities with the sponsor of our YouTube chat. here on TMA, and that is Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra. Here is your Polos Plus dossier for today. Chris Kerber at 8:15 for his traditional Monday morning 101 ESPN appearance. 9 o'clock, the Colonel will be with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. We'll see if the Colonel will address telling people to go F themselves after the loss on Saturday. And then Ryan Luechtefeld, the former Billiken, and our Billiken analyst will be with us at 10 o'clock. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is for another point in this Schaefer Door Company Garage Door Prize for the month of March. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the presentation. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines and filtering your emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. Roof Restore is online at notanewroof.com or by calling 314-279-ROOF. Tell you what, the weather is warming up, and what that means in March and April and May is we will inevitably have some storms. We already had one last Sunday with hail, and what Roof Restore can do is help protect your roof against hail, and that is another reason to go to notanewroof.com. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. For many Americans, their home is their most valuable asset, and their roof is the most expensive and most important single feature when it comes to protecting that asset. That's where Roof Restore comes into play. Did you know you may not have to replace your aging roof? What if you could make it look and perform like new at a fraction of the cost? Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues win yesterday 4-0 over the Anaheim Ducks. Off today, back in action tomorrow to take on the New York Islanders. It's going to be a pregame at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update, brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Is this Chingy, Doug, or is this Jaquan?
I don't know which.
I think it's Chingy. I'm going all in Chingy.
It is.
I got to try to double up money here because I'm in trouble. I got to be blunt with the audience.
Yeah.
Jackson tweeted out that GoFundMe link from me, but we portrayed it as for my family.
Yeah, you can't do that for GoFundMe. You can't say I
lost a lot of money betting on the number of Blues trades.
Yeah, I think they would cut that out.
Well, Jackson put together a great GoFundMe.
Would they send the money back to the people who donated?
I don't know.
What if you're at the Wichita Pizza Hut and they can't get to you?
That's right. Well, yeah. Think about that, Doug. I bet they don't send
that through.
I bet they don't send back any of those processing fees or anything.
Did you eat there a couple times a day at Pizza Hut?
I hid out behind the dumpster.
Between meals.
Scraps?
Between pies. Doesn't that just sound horrible?
That's a tough
I
existence.
have a bunch of pizza for lunch. Now let me sit here for 3 hours and then go get a bunch of pizza for dinner.
Oh, man.
To avoid a bookmaker over betting on the number of trades the Blues would make at the trade deadline.
Just drowning your kidneys in mozzarella cheese and mozzarella sticks.
Get involved on the program. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. You're welcome to text into the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646 and call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Chris Kerber on the Polos Plus dossier at 8:15. And then at 9 o'clock, Gabe DeArmond. At 10 o'clock, Ryan Luechtefeld will join us as we are here in the 7 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Healthcare Evolution. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution has a novel concept. When you have a medical issue, get real answers and same-day pain relief from Healthcare Evolution. No waiting for appointments. Therefore, no waiting on answers, and therefore no waiting on treatment. You don't have to stay in pain. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. No insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. And for TMA listeners only in the month of March, Healthcare Evolution is giving a 10% discount for you. Let them know you're a TMA listener. It's Healthcare Evolution's version of March Madness. It will not last forever. 10% off when you let them know you are a TMA listener. Precise imaging and assessment to identify pain, precise placement of medication, quality product with great results and no insurance hassle or wait. It's healthcare-evolution.com. Let them know you're a TMA listener and you get 10% off. Ryan Luechtefeld will be with us at 10 o'clock to give us his assessment of the State of the Union for the St. Louis University Billikens. Doug, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's hard to know how they could have a game that bad. I mean, the last month or so, they have not looked nearly as good as they did in the previous 2 or 3 months. But everything fell apart Saturday. I mean, they really didn't put up much of a fight at all. You lose by 29 points, you have just had your world rocked.
And now you got Robbie Avila apparently dealing with plantar fasciitis. Did start, didn't play a ton, only had 1 field goal.
So, we talked about Darius Acuff and how Arkansas, despite that injury and one of the best players in the game not playing, was still able to win. And that's a team that's been dealing with injuries throughout the year. And that's why they had, 3 players play the entire game,
Yeah.
Yeah. They lose their best player, one of the best players in the game, and they're still able to win. Even if Missouri would have won that at the end of regulation when they had the opportunity, you still, I think if you're John Calipari, would have been pretty pleased that you go in there on senior day and compete without your best player. The Billikens are dealing with Robbie Avila's plantar fasciitis, but in addition to that, he picks up 2 fouls really quickly, comes back in, picks up the third one, and then at that point, they're getting blown off the floor in the second half, so Josh Schertz, understandably, just rests him. But that just shows how important he is to the team. And that offense really revolves around him. He is the trigger man at the top of the key, and without him, you know, you can just notice it when you're watching them play before he was injured, before he was in foul trouble. When he's not out there, that offense really has struggled, and it was on full display Saturday. In addition, George Mason was able to go to the basket with ease, get to their positions, dominate the boards, and you saw what was a monster disparity there for St. Louis University without Robbie Avila. Kellen Thames left. He was able to come back as well after he was injured. But that is a real low point for St. Louis University. Here is what Josh Schertz had to say following the loss.
They were fantastic, and we were pretty pathetic on both ends of the floor, offensively, defensively, on the glass. There's nothing you walk out of here and feel like is a silver lining or some sort of, you know, anything to hang your hat on. We got physically manhandled. We were, you know, I thought we were pretty selfish offensively. Didn't run any kind of coherent offense, got sped up. I thought we got offense sensitive, so when our offense, we missed some layups, and I thought we allowed that to affect our defensive effort and intensity. We couldn't guard the ball, couldn't keep the ball in front. Didn't do a good job of helping when the ball got downhill, and then if they did happen to miss, which was rare, then we couldn't secure the rebound. I mean, they had as many offensive rebounds as we had defensive rebounds. So it was a pretty, like I said, pretty pathetic performance across the board, every area. And again, just did not, you know, have them at all ready to play. And, you know, that was, I've coached almost 600 games, you know, going back to my time in Division II. That's the most I've ever lost by in any game. I think previous was like 25 or 26 against Purdue. And I think Queens was 25 back when I was in D2, but that was as comprehensive a beatdown as I've ever been a part of in almost 600 games as head coach.
Huh. Yeah, I was listening to Bob Ramsey's call with Earl Austin on Saturday, and it was very odd. I'd love to hear what and Rammer I know listens sometimes, so maybe he'll text, or feel free to call in, Rammer, if you're driving around. It was only like a maybe 6 or 8 point game, and both Rammer and Earl said they got to be careful. This thing could turn into a blowout. And I thought that was of note because St. Louis University, as Stu Durando pointed out with his post-game coverage, has been behind in 5 of their last 6 games at the half. And against VCU, a game they won, they were down huge. They were trailing to Duquesne the previous Saturday. Point being, they've been down by a lot often as of late, but in that particular case, Rammer and Earl saw that one might be on the verge of getting away, and sure enough, even though they had been in that position quite a bit lately, this one did get away. My guess is because of 21's health and foul trouble that they knew that there was not going to be an answer. When he's not out there, man, that thing drops off big time.
And they know that team so well, they can probably just see it coming. I did see the post-game quote. Tom Timmerman had it, but it was the George Mason quote, coach, who said, it's a dangerous thing when you cut the nets a little early, and it gave us all the life and all the motivation we needed, taking a shot at the Billikens cutting down the nets on Wednesday when they clinched at least a tie. So they ended up tied with VCU, same record, beat VCU head-to-head. I didn't mind it. I mean, you don't win a conference title very often. Was it outright? No. They said after that game against Loyola, we want to win it outright. Now, George Mason, they're going to look for motivation. I get it. But I don't think that was a mistake.
No.
I don't think cutting down the nets when you know, yes, you want to be the outright champion, but because you'd beaten VCU twice, you knew no matter what, you were the top seed.
Yeah.
But I don't think they were like full of themselves. I think that was a special moment that you had to take note. Now, if you're VCU, do you put up a banner that says co-champions? Didn't we see that with the Nashville Predators?
The Cardinals did it in 2001 with the Astros, and it pissed off the Astros. Remember that?
I think if you take a pounding like this at some point during the regular season, you can kind of shake it off as well. Some nights you just have nothing and the other team is clicking on all cylinders, and it just happens in high-level sports sometimes. But when it happens right at the end of the year when you're trying to get some momentum going for the postseason, then I think it's a real concern. Because you have to wonder what that does for their confidence now when the conference tournament gets rolling. It's not a good time for a historic beatdown.
Jackson, you are our official ball knower. Mm-hmm. I'm curious about this observation. And perhaps it's something they can counter, but that means they have to get away from what got them to the point of cutting down the nets as champions, co-champions of the Atlantic 10. For whatever reason, it strikes me, and maybe I'm off the mark, that at some point, I always circle the LaSalle home game, but maybe it was a little earlier than that, that the opposing teams said, we're just not going to let you guys shoot threes anymore. Yeah. So if you're going to drive to the basket, be our guest. We don't really worry about Kellen Thames. He can be dangerous, but he's out of control plenty of times and he'll turn it over, and he can't shoot free throws consistently. Amari McCatchery, we're going to back off him to invite him to shoot a three, but he wants to drive. That's fine. He can't shoot free throws either. And Robbie Avila sometimes will drive, but it'll be off balance and chaotic, and oftentimes he gets called for a walk. But here is the general principle. The Shirts offense is the following, and he'd be the first one to say this: quantity of shots, not quality. And secondarily, you're going to shoot threes, and you're going to shoot what Doug calls, you call them bunnies? Is that right?
I rarely use that term.
So what I have noticed here over the last 3 to 4 weeks, opposing defenses not allowing threes. I think they hit 4 threes on Saturday. Can you believe that? 4 threes for this team. And they didn't shoot nearly as many like they had been averaging before teams caught on to this. But in addition, because it's threes or shots right at the basket, teams know that they're not going to shoot a mid-range jumper. And so, therefore, when Thames, McCatchery, sometimes Avila, to a lesser extent, Otieno, just because that's where he is, drive to the basket, they don't have to worry about coming out to defend that mid-range jumper. So they gather at the basket, and that's why St. Louis University is not able to convert those either. So they guard the perimeter on the threes, and then they just converge on the basket because they know a mid-range jumper is not a threat. Mm-hmm. And that is why you have seen a team that was scoring 100 with ease now having real issues offensively. And I don't know if there is a realistic adjustment to make on that, especially if Avila's not healthy. But that, to me, is what I have observed here over the last number of games that is causing this offense that was high-flying to get curtailed.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I think in the early part of the season, SLU got real comfortable getting open looks from three without paint touches, without getting the ball down low. And, you know, that can be great, and they run great offense, a lot of double stagger screens to get that open. But when you don't have necessarily that paint presence, like the best friend of a perimeter shooter is a really dominant big man who forces guys to collapse on him when he gets the ball down low. Avila is obviously an outstanding big man, but he plays more 15 feet and out and then can work his way down low off the dribble. Without that, it's tough for them to get a ton of open looks because, like you said, they're not a threat to shoot a mid-range jumper. And if they take it to the basket, the opposing team isn't going to leave a shooter because they know that's where they want to go. They want Kellen Thames driving to the basket and maybe kicking out to a Dunlap or a Trey Green. When that's not an option, when they're staying pat and letting like, all right, score a layup or we'll foul you and go to the line, you're kind of limited offensively. And that's, I think, also shadows their defensive issues without the big man.
When you're really small, and they're pretty small team.
Yeah, pound for pound, very small.
A lot of guard play.
Yeah.
If you don't have it, if your team's struggling to shoot, what's the best thing to do is get a high percentage shot and just pound it inside. They really just don't have anyone.
They don't have that.
You just can't pound it inside anywhere.
Right. So they like scoring in transition. They like scoring fast. And if teams do a good job of controlling tempo, that also stifles SLU's ability to score.
I wonder if at this point they can make an adjustment and start taking those mid-range jumpers.
Yeah, I don't think that's like the holy grail is them taking what is an inefficient shot, but just something to change it up. You got to throw a change up at a team because you've put so much on tape of doing kind of the exact same thing offensively.
Yeah. I don't know why they'd be afraid of the 12 to 15 footer. Pretty easy shot for a lot of these guys.
It's inefficient.
Not if you make them, it isn't.
Okay. Yeah.
Jackson's about to come across and fight you.
Like planes are successful at landing when they land.
Well, they count the same as
Martin,
a dunk.
planes are successful at landing when they land. And let's talk about the landing strip. Very prominent in the late 90s.
It kind of had a Joe vibe to it there.
Yeah, it did.
Planes land.
Yeah, okay. It's perfect tie-in with the landing strip.
Well, you guys are going to break down mine. Doug just said it's not an efficient shot if they make it. Well, of course, it's not.
But I mean, it counts the same as a dunk. I know you want layups and dunks
But he's
and
saying
three-pointers.
it's less likely they're going to make that shot.
Right.
But you still have to be able to. Like
100%.
You can't be open from 10 feet and say, oh, no, it's a mid-range pass.
No, I'm not saying that. If you take an open shot, how you take it. But if you're going to be banking on, all right, we're going off the dribble, mid-range jumpers, you're likely going to be shooting a low percentage over a season.
I just don't think they should be afraid of the shot.
I agree.
Say, oh, wait, I could take this 12-footer, but we want the threes.
What if you had a mid-range jumper allergy? Like you start breaking out in hives if you start shooting from 15 feet.
Well, there's some medication for that, I would think.
Yeah. 4 of 24, 17% from 3. That was Saturday's performance. And this has been a trend for them here over the last month. I mean, the last time I thought, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and there's a chance I am, you saw the kind of team that we saw for the most part, and I realize many people weren't watching in November and December and January. This is a supernova-like appearance on the St. Louis sports scene, was the Dayton game in St. Louis, and you're going back to January. Otherwise, there have been games that have been a lot more. This past Saturday was an outlier, but a lot of the same kind of issues where they have the slow starts, and then they have to come back, and they have a run in the second half to pull away, and then cosmetically you go, oh, look, they still won big. But if you were watching the entire game and not just glancing at a box score, you saw similar issues. And I think it was an adjustment by the opposition across the board to go, okay, well, this is how they're going to beat us, and we're just not going to let them do it. And if they can beat us by driving to the basket, then great. But we're not going to let them just rain threes down. And that has been the change. 21 threes against Rhode Island, loss. And I'm talking about attempts. 21 three-point attempts against Dayton, loss. That was, again, attempts. 24 this past Saturday, all substantially lower than what they had been averaging as far as attempts go in A10 play, and that's 28. So that is the recipe in part, but also, okay, they're going to drive to the lane, that's fine, but we're not going to let them, we're not going to shoot mid-range jumpers. So opposing teams know that. They gather at the basket, and when they do drive, they don't have the easy looks. And add into that Robbie Avala's health, and that is a cause for concern.
Remember the Davidson game? They're going to lose that game if Dunlap doesn't go off.
Yes.
Just kind of a fluke there with Brady Dunlap. Then the LaSalle game, start slow, finish strong. Loyola, start slow, finish strong. So they were escaping.
Yeah,
adding to their win total, and then they go to Rhode Island. That was the night. Was it Rocco's Tacos?
That's right. Rocco's Tacos.
When things sort of shifted there.
Yeah,
you're 24-1, but it was again Davidson, LaSalle, Loyola. There were signs there that things weren't quite right.
Another downside to being a smaller team is that team, especially Josh Hurts, runs an outstanding off-ball screen offense. But when you're kind of all the same size, it's easy to switch off of that, and you're more than happy to have a little bit of a mismatch. If it means you're going to be running guys off the three-point line. They can switch pretty much 1 through 4 on SLU.
You think there's any chance if SLU loses badly in maybe the first or second round of the A10 tournament that they don't get in?
I think, again, everything for both Missouri and St. Louis University at this moment, they're in the tournament. If you are a fan of either one or both of those schools, you want teams that are already going to be in the field to win their conference tournaments. Josh Hurts in Indiana State goes 2 years ago if you didn't have a bunch of bid stealers win those conference tournaments. Right now, both would be in. But yeah, I think if you're asking the question point blank, are they a lock? I would say no, but I would say that they're in 90% of the time. The reason I say no is if you do lose to Fordham or George Washington on Friday, that's who their opponent would be, and then you have teams that are not going to get an automatic bid win conference tournaments, then that takes up spots. But if you ask me, do I think St. Louis University is in? I would say yes. Do I think Missouri is in? I would say yes. But the variable this week are those conference tournaments. And I saw a conversation going that I think is a good conversation with regard to the conference tournaments. You have Belmont have the kind of year that they have in the Missouri Valley. They lose in the first round, NIT bound, and Northern Iowa wins. And then that gets people into the conversation. It was Adam Rittenberg writing about it on Friday night about you play however many conference games, depending on which conference you're in, and then you just lose one in the conference tournament, and the 20 games or so body of work is relegated to being irrelevant. And that got that conversation going, which I do think is a fair conversation to have. But at the same time, the conference tournaments aren't going to go anywhere because they're making money for the conferences and the cities and the television networks.
Yeah, it's because those smaller conferences, and now it's kind of bleeding into the mid-majors with what we've seen with the scheduling issue. They play a full season, but they really play one weekend a year. They play one weekend. The season is for seeding in that tournament. And then they get to the season, and then, like you say with Belmont, one bad game, sorry, it's your season.
And there was one analyst who said the mid-majors, their conference tournaments, you shouldn't have the one playing the 8 because it just kills them in terms of strength of schedule. So do you bracket it differently that they play the 4 right away, or I don't know. You've earned the right to play the lesser team,
right?
But then if you do lose, it's an absolute killer.
Yep.
Even when the Missouri Valley had more quality teams, when Creighton and Wichita State were playing well, and Loyola Chicago had some good teams, they would still only get one team in, usually.
Now, I would watch Miami of Ohio, who keeps winning. They definitely belong in the tournament. It's been a magical run, but they've been living on the edge. So let's say they don't win the MAC. There's another team getting in that wouldn't otherwise.
Prime bid stealing example.
I think that's a very likely scenario for one bid.
And hey, listen, if you gave me a choice if I can have St. Louis or VCU or the field in the A-10, I would take the field right now. VCU, and don't get me wrong, VCU's trending. I understand that. So, and that doesn't mean it is a certain thing. But if you're giving me that choice, then that's the direction that I'm going to go. And then if that's the case, then you have St. Louis, VCU, and a third A-10 team getting in. And then that affects, take your pick of whichever bubble team right now. You're welcome to give your thoughts on the topic. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you're welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's the TMA STL channel on YouTube, and that is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, Chris Kerber in the very next segment. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Ryan Luechtefeld at 10 o'clock, and then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Design Air online at designairservice.com. The longest-running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling, and the weather's starting to warm up. Make sure you get your air conditioning taken care of with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and you can become a client as well by going to designairservice.com and email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Right now, FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. That's right. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 $100 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tourney long, from game props and money lines to spreads, totals, futures, and more. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger point. However, you want to fill out your bracket, FanDuel makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. Jackson Burkett with a play.
I like Sixers and Cavs tonight. Cavs coming off a loss against Boston back-to-back. 12.5 points is what the Sixers are getting. It's too many points, like the Sixers covering 12.5.
So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel, it's time to dance. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Must apply. Select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, you know, we got spring coming right around the corner. Classic Air Care has got a couple of tips for you. First off, as we head to spring, which means you're going to start warming up, you're going to want to start putting that air conditioner on at times. First thing you need to do, if you haven't done it, change that air filter. It's the single most important thing you can do to help maintain your unit and make sure that it's running at top efficient levels. The next thing, get outside, make sure you look around where that air conditioning unit is. Make sure any leaves from the fall, brush debris, everything's kind of brushed away from it. Make sure it's got a good, clean, open airflow that nothing will disrupt the airflow to it. Now, on top of that, the next thing you can do, call Classic Air Care or go online at classicaircare.com and book an appointment. And if you haven't had a maintenance appointment for your unit in a long time, make sure you get them out there to do so. Look, maintaining it just like changing the oil of your car or rotating the tires is the biggest thing you can do to help avoid certain catastrophic failures and big thousands of dollars worth of repairs. They've got a 4.8 Google rating for a reason, because customer satisfaction is their number one priority. You can read all those reviews at classicaircare.com. And again, they also have maintenance plans available. Look, they've got over 100 vans on the road. They can typically get to you within 24 hours if something goes wrong or if you do need a repair. And they've got the educated, trained personnel to make sure that the job is done right and make sure you are happy. So Classic Air Care, as you head into the spring, it's coming March 20th, the first day of spring. Make sure you keep Classic Air Care in mind and make sure that air conditioning unit is ready to go. Classic Air Care has been making people comfortable since 1926.
It is TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 9:45. Schaefer Door Company giving away garage door, brand new garage door for the winner of the email of the month. Send your emails in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber joins us now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, as he does every Monday morning, to recap the weekend that was. Kerbs, good morning.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Martin, we like logistics. I think, where do you think he is?
Oh, I think they're back.
Back?
Yeah, you got to get after that whole week on the road.
I assume, but that means the man's on an hour of sleep.
The one I was trying to figure out was Friday, San Jose. You could spend the night, but I think you want to just get to the L.A. area. So I think Friday night you fly in, and then you got a day off all day Saturday around the greater SoCal area. Anyway, logistics with Kerbs.
So, all right. So the original plan has been the case for quite a long time, especially if you have an evening game on the West Coast. You would typically stay after that game. We'd fly home today. But, plot twist, I think with the trade deadline, with kind of where the team is in the standings, those plans changed, and we did fly home last night. So we landed sometime, around 4:15, 4:30 or so in the morning last night.
Ouch.
So we are back in town, which is good. Now, I'm one of those. The players, the players were pretty lively after a good win, a good sweep. There's some train of thought that says, well, you try to keep them on a normal sleep pattern, that kind of thing, by staying in town. I frankly think that for the most part, it ends up being a lot of bunk. And so we'll see, though. But they did fly through the night, got home, and the players will have a good chunk of today at home before end up playing a game tomorrow.
So now they've won 4 in a row and 5 out of 6. What's happening here? How are they doing this now?
Yeah, you know what, Doug? I think some of it you're seeing pretty simple hockey. You're seeing a really good compete level. The goaltending has just been outstanding. 5 consecutive games where the goaltending hasn't seen more than 2 goals go in. So, some of it comes down to really just the guys between the pipes in this case. But the compete's there. They're converting on some chances. They're scoring goals. And like last night in Anaheim, the penalty killing was just outstanding. I think they went 5 for 5 on the penalty kill and only allowed 2 shots on goal in a total of 10 minutes of penalty kill time for Anaheim. So I don't know how the timing is of it, and that kind of thing, and why that's happening there. But they've just played some very good, smart hockey since coming out of the break.
In the end, just 2 players traded at the deadline. Is it your belief this summer, however, whether it's Thomas or Kyrou or Bennington or maybe even Parayko again, do you think Armstrong and Steen, the goal this summer would still be to move players?
I think that especially, when you listen to Doug's comments that he had after the trade deadline, that, we're going to see what some of the younger players can do. We saw Logan Mailloux on the power play, last night. We're we're going to see more opportunity for Dalibor Dvorsky. I would expect at some point in time to see Otto Stenberg back up here and playing key minutes. And, so you're going to see a dedicated shift in ice time to give some of these younger guys some more experience and get a good, 15 to, now 19 games remaining evaluation on what they could do. I think that there were some deals that were clearly visited that didn't happen. What those are, we'll never know. I mean, a lot of it will all be just rumored and that kind of stuff. But, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you see some more deals done come the summertime. And, they ended up getting a pretty doggone really good return with Justin Falk and Brady Shen when you're talking, a couple first-round draft picks, couple third-round draft picks, maybe some prospects that, could come in and make an impact as well. But for me, Martin, it's, what do you do with them now? Now, as it sits, you'd have, counting your own, which right now would be the 5th overall pick, you'd have a total of 3 first-round draft picks. Is it another one like a few years ago where you decide, okay, there really isn't any deal to move up or do anything like that, so you use them? That will remain to be seen. Or, is there a more impactful deal in that process? And so, yeah, I don't think the wheeling and dealing is completely done, to be honest with you.
They got a goal last night from Jonathan Drouin in his first game as a Blue since coming here from the Islanders. Is this a guy that figures into the long-range plans or not?
You know what? I think this is a guy that's more the immediate future of this year and next. He's under contract for next year. You'll see what happens. He's always had a tremendous skill set. There was a reason that he was a 3rd overall pick of the Tampa Bay Lightning, and really kind of started to find his stride after, 6 years with the Montreal Canadiens. And then, but the offensive numbers that you would have expected or people would have anticipated or thought would be there hadn't been there. He's only hit 20 goals. One time in his career. But he's been a well-liked player when he's been in there. I talked to Ray Bennett, because, again, the Blues are at the same hotel as the Islanders were on Friday. And that's who the deal was made with. And, Ray Bennett was really pulling for him, saying he's a really good young man, and he's got the kind of approach that you pull for. So, I think the fact that, the Islanders were probably looking at cap space too, and that's one of the reasons that the Blues probably got some of the return they got is they said, okay, we need you to take this guy in this contract, which will be for this year and next. And it gives the Blues still, some veteran experience to mix in with the young guys over these next 2 seasons.
We've heard Snuggerud's name a lot more lately. He seems to got a little more bounce. Do you think it's possible as a young guy kind of getting over that hump, never playing a long season like this before at the collegiate level? Do you think maybe he's kind of getting through that wall?
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure. Now, when you talk to Jimmy, and I did ask him the question of, when he had the wrist, the surgery, the procedure, done on his wrist that had him miss a few games earlier in the year. I asked him if it's something that it was impacting the first part of the season. He said no. It really wasn't. But, man, what he has, since he's come back to the lineup, he has just been shooting the puck. And you guys have heard me talk about his passing ability. In San Jose, he had that no-look pass to Thomas for a one-timer, and then it was almost the same exact play, just reverse roles with Thomas to Snuggerud in that game last night. But my goodness, can he shoot the puck? When we were waiting for the bags to come off the plane after landing last night, we said, I looked at him and said, "You've been watching some Brett Hull videos?" And he just kind of laughed. But it's there. You go back to that question, Martin, and then the one that was just asked about, that Doug asked about, just kind of, hey, 1-5 assists, what's going on? I think the weight of this season, the grind, the battle that was there from day one of this team just not really finding its way, I think that 2-week break really gave them a chance to mentally reset. And coming out of that break, I'll tell you what, the 2 guys that look like they are definitely connecting is Robert Thomas and Jimmy Snuggerud. It's pretty cool to see, and you got to be pretty excited about what you could see that these 2 guys can be developing.
Now, they play Shin and the Islanders here tomorrow night. You don't suppose Shin gets in a fight to show that he's an Islander now and his Blues days are behind him?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know who it would be. I was thinking about that myself. I'm like, I don't think we've got anything near the level of Tony Twist and Kelly Chase meeting each other in the first time that they went head to head with. But it would be interesting to see if Shen and Jake Neighbors end up bumping into one another there. You could definitely see that the trade was really impactful. And what a spectacular post-game quote after the San Jose game by Jake, just with the impact of what Falk and Shen had on some of these young guys. But pretty amazing that you're sitting in the same hotel. The deal with the team happens there. You don't have to change your hotel room. You stick around, you play the one game, and then they flew to St. Louis, and they're playing here on Tuesday night. You don't see that often. I mean, you guys might remember that if you talk to Doug Waite, I think it was Doug Waite that, he took the morning skate when he was with the New York Rangers and then went home, and during that afternoon, they traded him to the Edmonton Oilers, who were playing the Rangers that night. So he took the morning skate with the New York Rangers and then played the game that night against the Rangers at Madison Square Garden with the Edmonton Oilers. So there are some weird scenarios that have crept up over the years, but this is definitely one of the unique ones.
Blues and Islanders tomorrow night, right here, as Braden Shen will be with the Islanders. Pregame, 5:30 p.m. on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 6:30 tomorrow here in St. Louis. Kerbs, appreciate the time. As always, thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. We'll see you at the rink this week, guys.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And you're welcome to text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Need a car? You can get online at autoloanpro.com. And it doesn't matter the situation, they'll get you that vehicle. Little to no money down. Best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro working with over 50 different lenders to make sure you can get the very best financing available. Financing car, the only thing to know is to choose the pro. Auto Loan Pro. Doesn't matter what's part of the past there on your credit report. They're going to get you the new vehicle and also help you get that credit back on track. You can learn more by downloading the free playbook. All of it right there on the website. Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family. Pick out a vehicle online or read more about the playbook there. Understanding the credit industry gets a little complicated. They can sort it all out for you at the same time as getting you into that vehicle. Anyone could sell you a car, but it takes pro to do it right. It's a large purchase. Go with the pros. AutoLoanPro.com.
I dare you to tell me this isn't a jam.
Well, it is a jam. Whether it's the jam, I don't know. It's a jam.
Was this playing during Boomerang while Eddie Murphy and Halle Berry
I don't know.
were falling asleep together on the couch after he cooked dinner for David Allen Greer?
I don't know what he cooked him. I don't know.
Eddie
I thought this
Murphy.
was music you played when you were whoring around.
Jackson, why are we playing End of the Road from the Boomerang Toomerang soundtrack?
Yeah, are you somber about the local hoop rock?
I don't know. I just felt like it was a good time for some boys to
Somebody's
men.
in dark place.
Okay.
We got to talk you out of this. What happened at Tam Ave this weekend?
Nothing. I just thought it was a good time
Maybe
to
that's
play
the reason why you're upset.
Well,
Did you go out drinking on Saturday night?
a little bit.
Okay. Taking it out on your liver because Mizzou lost a game?
Maybe just a little.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Reasonable.
Yeah, where did you go? I want to know where your haunts are.
Saturday wasn't crazy. Friday got after it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Napoli?
No, Tam.
Oh. Bricktops?
No Bricktop. That's not a place where if I'm saying I'm getting after it, there's no way I would be in Frontenac.
You walk in and like, did somebody just identify? Hey, the papers, come here, papers. Hey, come on over here.
So when you get after it, are you drinking beer or what are you drinking?
Usually beer.
And how many of these do you have?
Yeah, enough.
Six
Wow.
6 to 8?
None of your business, sounds like.
Yeah, I don't.
Saturday feels like a Soulard vehicle for you.
There's no way for me to answer that where it would go well. It's either I say too many and it's like, oh, you're an idiot, or I drink
You're a
not
pansy.
enough and you're like, oh, lightweight. So no real point in me answering that.
Okay.
Because sometimes someone orders a round of shots, and you're taking those, and then who knows?
That's what you got to
Shots
avoid.
you enjoy.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, you have
Friday.
to avoid that. That's
Right.
what'll nail you.
Right. But no, it was a good weekend. Outside of the local teams losing, it's okay though. It was a beautiful weekend weather-wise.
Yeah. It's supposed to get really nasty here, like late tomorrow night.
Is it?
Storms and possible tornadoes, and when the weather turns from
Cold
too hot for this time of year to cold again.
Apparently there was a big storm Friday, or I guess early Saturday morning. I slept right through all that.
Because you were plastered.
That's right.
Doug, the high next Monday, whereas tomorrow is 82.
Yeah.
Monday, 38.
Oh, no.
But that's just the way it is.
It's
That's just the way it
Yeah,
is.
you
Bruce Hornsby in
take
the
it when you
range,
can
and then
get it.
Tupac sampled it. TMA is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979 and serving St. Louis for more than 45 years and helping the injured in St. Louis get justice for over 45 years. To the insurance company, or just a claim number. To your team at Brown and Crouppen, you are a person with a name that Brown and Crouppen cares about and will fight for. Don't you want a local law firm? One that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts. Brown and Crouppen is a part of the St. Louis community. After an accident, money's tight. That's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation's always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. We were joined by Chris Kerber in the previous segment at 9 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. We'll be joined by the Colonel, Gabriel DeArmond of Power Mizzou. At 10 o'clock, Ryan Luechtefeld, he of the Billikens. And we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Chairman Kurt says we have active phone lines over there. Chairman Kurt, you tell Doug which direction to go. What, 314-974-0101 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and we'll follow your lead.
Well, we got a new caller, caller Ben.
Doug Ben.
Fired up about the Blues. We also have a familiar name, Bophades. So I'm gonna yield to Doug. Doug, do you want Blues talk, or who knows what Bophades is going to talk about?
Well, let's go with the secret of Bophades and see what he's got to say. I was like a surprise. Hello, Bof. Bof.
Hey, morning. Good morning, fellas.
Probably about his wife, Doug. This is going to be about his wife, I think.
Yeah, my wife left me.
Yeah, see, I told you, Doug. I told you.
Martin, how you doing?
I'm good, Bofa.
Tim, it's really good to be on the line when you're back. You know, I really miss you so much.
Were you gone?
I was from Wichita, the hideout in Wichita.
I had two quick things to address real quick. First is that I've been waiting for this the mail order bride hotline from Doug for months now, and I haven't gotten anything back from him. So I don't know what's going on there.
A mail order hotline from me? I don't get that.
Yeah, the mail. You know, last time we talked about the mail order bride and how I was going to get a wife from Laos, and you said you would help me find the number maybe on the dark web.
Oh,
but I haven't heard anything back.
No, I never found that number. I'm sorry, I dropped the ball on that.
Okay, well, yeah, that's unacceptable, and so that's kind of leads to my second point is that Tim, do you have any sort of like progressive discipline point system for these guys when they're kind of not really taking care of business?
Progressive discipline for who?
Doug is in trouble. Yeah, he wants to know if you will be disciplining Doug.
Yeah, like if Doug is king shaming too much, or if Libby Jack is kind of spouting off at the mouth.
Spouting off at the mouth.
You like to be spanked?
So, yeah, because I think that could be really beneficial. You start getting them on points, and then they kind of get on probation.
So you'd like me to institute a point system on the program? When Doug king shames.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And when Jackson spouts off.
Martin seems okay, but the rest of them kind of need to be whipped into shape a little bit, I think.
So both of these, since Doug let you down, did you do any of the work on your own?
No. I've been married.
Much.
I've been married and divorced 3 times since we talked last. That was like 2 months ago.
What is it these women dislike about you?
That's a good question.
Well, you name it, but it's just I don't really have that much time this morning to get into that.
All right.
But the next one is going to be wife number 10, so I really want this one to be special.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I would imagine if you get someone from Laos, that might be a good option for you because she's probably not going to want to go back.
Is that right?
Well, I would think.
You think it's nicer in St. Louis than Laos?
Probably so. Yeah.
Well, not living. It won't be living with me. I can tell you that.
Oh, you live in a hovel, do you?
Well, no, I'm not in the condition of the house, just emotionally and mentally.
Okay.
It's just I'm really trying to make something happen this time. So just make sure you do your due diligence this time, Doug, and I'll call back maybe later in the week and see what you've come up with.
All right, I'll try to find something for you both.
Appreciate you guys. Tim, keep fighting the good fight with these guys. I don't know where you got them from, but do your best, I guess.
Thank you, both
knock
of
it
these.
off, guy.
Doug, that's both of these, and you guys are going to circle back on this.
I'll look.
Mail order bride that you're getting.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Rest in peace, Dan.
I got to come up with a phone number for mail order brides in Laos.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words.
We get her number.
Thank you so much.
I don't think she's Laotian.
The text line did not approve.
No, that's surprising, Martin. They did not enjoy the work.
They're rooting for Ben.
Chairman Kurt texted me and says, Audible, go to Nick. Doug, now Nick is on the... What's going on with Nick?
I'm just going to let Nick speak for himself.
All right, Doug, Nick wants to talk to you.
Okay. Hello, Nick.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're fine. You?
Good, thank you. Basically, as a fan, I would like to know, I get that all teams can have bad years, but how the hell can all of the top guys on the Blues regress from one year to the next? Everybody. Is it all on the player? Is there anything on the coaches? I just don't understand how the whole damn team can regress.
Yeah. Reasonable question, because that has indeed happened. Some of it has to go on the coach, I would think. Yeah.
I cannot ever recall seeing that on a team. You have some players have up years, some players have down years, but the whole team, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Some guys with balls.
Nick, do you believe that this team can turn it back around next year? Are you buying in that the franchise is going to be okay or not?
it's the only reason I'm hanging hope is they had a hell of a run last year, and most of the players are still here. What is different? Can we get last year's version for next year? Then yes. Is it going to be this year's version?
No.
Then it's going to be a long rebuild.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect because I don't understand what caused the regression.
And when you get 3 first-round picks on the surface, like, wow, that's really cool. 3, and then you realize those players are 3 years away. Yeah. So that's not anything immediate.
And they thrived under Montgomery last year, and this year not so much. So it's hard to know what to blame.
Yeah, and as a fan, that's frustrating as hell because I get that in life you don't have answers for everything, but it just doesn't make sense how a whole team. That's why I would like to know, is there something in the coaching, something in the preparation? How can it be that everybody regresses? I just don't understand it.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody has very good answers for you this year as to why it went south so bad. I don't think anybody can really put their finger on it.
Nick, you sound frustrated. Are you mad or frustrated? This is a great Rocky Madden who would do this, and then either way you got an answer you could use that night. Mad or frustrated, Nick?
Both.
Both
More
of
mad
these.
than frustrated because I don't understand.
Okay.
Gary, come back.
No, you.
Wow.
Oh,
that's Gabe the other night. That was Gabe on the post-game show.
Post-game program. Nick, thank you so much for the phone call.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Tell you what.
That was
Ben
Nick.
still waiting?
Poor Ben.
Ben gone.
Well, Ben's there.
I wanted to go to Ben right away.
Okay.
Doug goes
Doug went
both
at
both of these, and then all of a sudden we got this Nick sliding in, and he's not happy.
Here's Ben.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to kind of build on what Nick said. I actually have an answer.
What is it?
Unfortunately, though, the answer is that these guys, they slacked off all summer like an NBA team, and they didn't work out, and they came in to camp in the first 2/3 of the season. They were playing their way into shape. I mean, that's why they look like the bad news Bears out there for the first 2/3 of the season. And then March 1st comes around, they're like, oh, well, now it's time to play. And this is what the second or third year in a row they've done this. And unfortunately, you can't. I don't know how you break them of this mental habit of just basic laziness or entitlement or whatever. I've been boycotting games all weekend because I'm not going to reward these guys for taking off 2/3 of the season, and then all of a sudden half the fan base are celebrating like, oh, they figured it out. It's like, no, they finally woke up and decided to play. It's really that simple. It's not coaching. It could be, certainly there's a talent issue because there still isn't a top-line winger, on the team too. But, I mean, Thomas and Kyrou, those guys are the problem, and it said a lot. Remember when Kyrou signed his extension? I remember this very vividly. Was it like 3 years ago?
Doug, was it 3 years ago?
I think so.
When he remembered this?
Yeah, so he rolls into the press conference, and, I get it's like mid-July, but he rolls in like shorts and flip-flops and a T-shirt. I'm like, dude, you couldn't even put on a friggin' golf shirt and like some khakis for that? You know what I mean? Because it's like, dude, you're cited a $64 million contract and you're rolling in with flip-flops couldn't somebody pull them aside and say, hey, you might want to put on a golf shirt for this and some khakis at least?
Especially khakis. Yeah.
Ben, is this your first TMA call?
This is my first TMA call.
Welcome to the show.
Have you called 101 before?
No, this is my first one-on-one call.
Welcome to the show and the station.
Okay.
Thank you. I actually have an interesting. Well, we relocated here from Portland, Oregon, so I'm an old school Portland Trailblazers
Jackson,
fan.
look at this. This is your guy 2X.
We got Dame Lillard's number one fan on the line.
Yeah, well, and we moved here the year the Blues won the Cup, and I knew nothing about hockey, so that was like the most magical thing ever. Because
this is Jackson's guy 3X.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, 3X. But I watched the Blazers with Clyde Drexler. So I was in high school with the Clyde Drexler team, and I watched that team go through the ebbs and flows. Rasheed Wallace is still one of my favorite players. But watching this team now reminds me of when the Blazers started their downturn, and they were in this muddy middle for years and years.
Yeah, the Brandon Roy years.
Exactly. That Greg Oden thing was the biggest heartbreak ever. But getting that number one pick was like one of the most fun experiences as a Blazer fan, and that's why I was rooting for the Blues to get a number one pick, because that can revitalize your whole franchise. And now the team is blowing that up like a bunch of fools. And it's like, I'm just like, it's killing me over here because and you got half the fan base of these chat rooms rooting for a playoff run. And I'm like, what's the point of a playoff run? That only proves my theory that they've been slacking off 2/3 of the year, because that actually would prove then that the talent always was there. They were just lazy.
Okay, so it all ties together. Ben, well, you said you had something interesting to say. I think we got to it there. That he's from Portland.
What brings you to St. Louis from Portland?
Well, I just finished up a PhD in medieval history at SLU at 50 years old. So I had a 20-year career in high tech. I got laid off when I turned 40. I got a master's degree in history, and my family relocated here, so I get a PhD in history, which may or may not have been a great decision, but it's been a lot of fun, and we actually love St. Louis. So we got out of Portland at a good time, and we love it here. So
yeah, get up.
What do you do with that PhD? Teach?
Well, I mean, that's kind of right now I'm just working in admin at SLU. I'm kind of looking for things. So if anyone wants to hire a professor or something, let me know.
Anybody listening? We got a wide audience.
College.
Anybody out there need a professor? Call in right now, 1-800-BEN.
No.
Wow.
I'll take any help I can get.
Ben, don't be a stranger.
Thanks, guys.
There he is.
All right,
It's
Ben.
Ben from Portland, who's studying medieval
history.
Yeah.
And is looking
and when
for a
Tim
job.
says, don't be a stranger, that means phone lines are wide open from 11 to 6 on 101
I think Jamie
ESPN.
Rivers would love to hear.
I agree.
I enjoyed it, man. Man, a story to tell.
That's
and an analogy
3
to
great
make.
calls. You know,
3 great good. Tim, do you think anyone would agree that it was 3 great calls?
I just sit there and I read the text inbox the entire time while we're in the phone lines. And it's a dark, dark place while we're going to the phone lines.
Half the point of this medium is to take live phone calls.
Damn right it is.
I think, yeah.
And I believe 101 ESPN, from its inception in 2009 all the way until our appearance in October of 2024, were so high on phone calls that they were not taking phone calls for those 15 years.
That's right. That's right.
I don't remember which one it was, but one of the 2 callers asked if
I thought we had 3 callers,
well,
didn't we?
Outside of both of these, asked if this was the line to leave a voicemail, and I thought, no, sir, we're doing this live.
We don't do that.
No, there'll be no voicemails.
Jackson, I mean, I know you're a ladies' man, and the ladies love your style.
They do, yeah.
But if you were to create, if you were into gentlemen, the ideal man, he'd be from Portland.
Yeah, and Pacific Northwest in general.
He'd love the association.
Yeah,
He'd
ideally.
also love St. Louis.
Yeah.
Wouldn't really be into hockey.
Yeah.
Although it sounded like Ben has gotten into it.
Hockey curious.
And he would have a PhD in medieval history.
Yeah, or history and really any emphasis
medieval
will do.
being ideal.
Yeah.
Because that comes up all the time in current society.
I've kind of gone into a rabbit hole of like 9th century Viking.
Wow.
What?
Viking lore.
I mean, I feel obligated to set you up with Ben and just see.
Why don't you guys go get a cup of mead?
Well, like the invasion into England, I find that very interesting. So I think me and this Ben guy could really, and I like the name Ben, I like a nice 3-letter name.
That's your thing?
Mo, Ben, Tim, Tom.
M-O-E? Mo?
Yeah.
Okay.
As opposed to?
M-O?
Not John Mosaic. Although, he'd probably be a delightful gentleman.
The texts are still coming in. It's one of those things where the text inbox is behind.
We're taking 3 calls.
We got a lag.
That's right. I see
It's like Rory, Doug. He uses the ground to get that lag he creates. The hips are moving one way, the upper torso another way. Yeah, we got the lag on the air comfort service.
2 minutes behind, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Boy, they are not happy. Both the phone lines.
Were you not entertained? Come on. We gave you. Doug, if you had to redo the lineup, you had both of these, Nick and Ben, would you go different lead off?
I was pretty high on Nick.
I kind of like the order that we had. Yeah, I thought it was fine.
Because you want a little thunder. You want a thunder in the 2-hole. You want to drive it home in the 3. You just want to get on base with the first
thunder
guy.
in the 2-hole.
The Colonel's going to join us. Were you able to find the audio of him telling the audience to go?
Without the transcript, which YouTube has done recently, which is great, it's really finding a needle in a haystack of an hour and 20-minute post game. So unable, but I'll ask him.
Just ask him. Why did you tell someone to F off?
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to guess who it was in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't gotten there, but I'm going to continue to listen to the Missouri postgame show on Power Mizzou because I want to hear the Colonel lose his mind. I can sense it building 10 minutes in. He's getting frustrated. But I guess the bottom line is he feels like every single game is a verdict on Dennis Gates as a head coach.
Yes.
And that drives him up the wall.
Right.
Do you think that goes on with a lot of college basketball programs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. It's certainly not going on with St. Louis University, and it's not going on with Illinois, but I'll say this, and I think a lot of Illinois fans would agree with this. There's some frustration with Brad Underwood.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just what happens when you're in a bubble amongst your other fans, and then everybody just bitches about the head coach when the team loses.
Yeah, it's also like there's something about being right there on the periphery. Like Dennis Gates teams, by and large, I'd say 23 and last year exceptions, are like, yeah, they're good, but are they? And then they look terrible some nights. But I think college basketball fans as a whole would tell you, I think sometimes my team looks awesome and sometimes they look terrible. It's rare to have a consistently great team.
A buddy of mine, big basketball guy, said, I am betting my entire bankroll on Missouri with Acuff. And he's not a Missouri guy either. Yeah. And I said, I'm just warning you up front. They could win by 20, but they could lose by 20. It is a wide Delta Festival. And I think that's what frustrates the hell out of fans, which is why the Colonel told somebody to go F themselves in the postgame show. We'll talk about that with Gabe.
I want to know if they were a premium, if they paid extra to get
was that a super jet?
That's their kink. They pay extra to get paraded by Gabe.
And wasn't that what happened with Paul Giamatti's character in Billions, Jackson?
Yeah, he was really into wax play. I don't know how much he wanted to be berated by, SEC media types. But I could see it. Yeah, I mean, his dad was a commissioner of baseball.
Gabe's?
Paul Giamatti.
The Colonel joins us next year on the program. It's called TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. From now till that final 68 is revealed, you're getting daily profit boosts for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single day. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Doug Vaughn, what play are you making for our audience?
Well, it's in the NBA, Tim.
Okay.
Denver's at Oklahoma City. Two very good teams, two of the highest scoring teams in the league. The over-under is 232.5. I'd say take the over on that.
Going over.
Yeah.
Going over.
Yeah. I think they'll play very hard. Denver's kind of desperate for some wins to move up a little bit in the standings to improve their playoff hopes. Playoff ranking anyway. So I would say take the over on that and feel good about it too. Don't just take it.
Yeah,
feel good.
There you go. Feel good while you're taking it. FanDuel. Doug's play is officially the over on Denver and Oklahoma City. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics defeat the Cavs last night, 109-98. Jason Tatum in his second game back from injury with 20 points, 6 for 16 from the field. Those are Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
You just hit the crossfader there?
A little bit.
Thought I noticed something. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He's a gentleman. So is Tina. I can't wait to talk it over with this Colonel from Power Mizzou. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
Well, the post-game show on Saturday, Gabe. Well, the post-game show.
It was a fine day. I told one person to grow the F up. I told some people not to kick their dogs, and then on the way out, I overheard the cleaning crew talking about somebody dropping a deuce in the student section. So it was just another day.
Doug, you have a problem with that? Because you have a problem when people use the restroom and bring a newspaper in. And what if somebody just,
Well, technically, they didn't do that.
Yeah, see?
In the building, in the seating section?
Like, it was the first 2 rows of the student section. We do our post-game show up in the suites, and you can hear everything that's going on. And one of the janitors said, I can't say what he said, but it was like, if you've seen the movie Friday, where the guys are around the corner of the house, and
Doug loves to get high and watch Friday, so this is perfect.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah, I thought Mizzou crapped a bit, but
Nope, it was in the student section. Yeah, Colonel had a nice Twitter account of the interaction with the cleaning crew following the festivities.
I'm just here to relay the pertinent information.
Yeah, you're a reporter. You got a job to do, and you did it. So last year you had the fire alarms going off, and this year an unfortunate recreational right there in the student section, Doug.
Right in the seats. How drunk do you have to be?
I mean, I don't know. Look, I didn't go over and examine it. I mean, it's not like seats. They have benches. I don't really know. And I want to be clear. I cannot verify that this happened, but it seems like a really random thing for the cleaning crew to be making up.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry you had to
and
say
those people do not get paid enough, by the way.
Yeah, especially after that thing on Saturday. Colonel, what were the people very upset about on the post-game show to the point where you told them to grow the F up?
Oh, it just, it's the personal attacks on players. Look, I get these guys get paid and stuff, but the thing, and I think you guys would all agree with this, when sports becomes your job, like the emotion and the anger that people have over it, you just lose that. And I don't, sometimes I say I get it, and then I say, no, I don't really get it. I mean, Tio Barrett's a 20-year-old kid, and to be cursing him out on our post-game show, come on, man. He didn't try to turn the ball over. He had a bad day.
You think maybe these are gamblers who lost some money, and so they got to blame somebody?
Some of it is. Yeah, I think that's made it worse. I think social media and anonymity has made it worse. I mean, idiots who set up, just call in voicemail lines where you don't have to identify who you are, and you can get your voice heard on YouTube. Things like that have probably not improved the situation.
Because it certainly wasn't the worst loss that Missouri has ever had. It's not that costly. You wouldn't think.
Frustrating.
Yeah, very frustrating. Very frustrating.
It was frustrating because you felt like it probably shouldn't have happened. I mean, Arkansas sits Darius Acuff, and I don't want to say I think even without Darius Acuff, Arkansas has more talent than Missouri does. But so they weren't giving up on the game or anything, but it was clearly hey, it doesn't really matter if we win or lose this game, so we're going to sit him and play him in games that matter more. And you had a sellout crowd and everything to play for, and came out of the gate, and the first 10 minutes just looked absolutely awful. And then retook the lead, had the ball with really 2 shots to win in the last 10 seconds. And, hey, sometimes shots don't go in. The shot clock buzzer threw Trent Pierce off. He admitted that after the game. He thought it was the horn for the game ending, and he rushed the follow-up, which was a point-blank layup, which if it goes in, wins the game. And, then multiple chances really in overtime. And, Arkansas went 0 for 3 from the free throw line there for about a 15-second stretch, and Missouri didn't get a shot off. And it really, it just felt like a game. Arkansas didn't go win it. It felt more like a game that Missouri kind of gave away, and not hugely costly, but they had 2 chances last week to remove any doubt about the NCAA tournament, and they didn't do it.
Did you feel like Gates was more defensive than normal about their body of work, their resume, maybe just kind of making the case, which all coaches do this time of year? I felt like he was kind of going over their schedule, and this is going to be talked about, that's going to be talked about. He seemed to be a coach kind of stomping the podium, hey, we belong.
Yeah, I think he was lobbying a little bit, and frankly, we gave them the opportunity to do that. Vahe Gregorian and I both asked versions of, do you think you're a tournament team and why? And that's what a coach should do. I mean, if he said, hey, we don't have any say, we'll leave it up to the committee. But if that's all he said, I think you'd be disappointed. You'd say, you're getting a chance to state the case for your team. State the case for your team. That's what he did. I also think maybe there was a little bit of stating to the fan base, because they have to hear the noise. I know they say they don't, but they have to. And I think maybe there was a little bit of, hey, there have been some good things done here. This is not a disastrous season or a disastrous 3 or 4 year run, and maybe just reminding everybody of that a little bit, probably including some people in the room.
So they finished the regular season 20-11, 10-8 in the conference. That about what you thought they'd do at the start of the year?
Yeah, I went back and looked in my preseason predictions. I said I thought my range was 19 to 23 wins in the regular season. I said what I thought was probably 11-2 in the non-conference and about 500 in the league. They were 10-3 in the non-conference and a game over 500 in the league. So they ended up pretty much exactly where I thought they would. Now, the difference, I thought that would probably be good enough to get like a 7, maybe an 8 seed. And the reason it isn't is because I don't think the SEC is obviously as good as it was last year. And there are some other teams in other leagues who are a little bit better. But they've ended up pretty much about where I thought they would.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. James is my insurance agent. He's Jackson's insurance agent. He is a longtime sponsor here on TMA, and he is saving people money in automotive insurance like he never has in his 18-year career. Give him a call, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. At this time of year, Gabe, if you are a fan of a team and your team isn't in a position, say like Michigan, Arizona, UConn, Florida, etc., then you're wondering, number one, are you in? And number two, where you will be. From a confidence level of Missouri being in the NCAA tournament, what is your mindset?
Scale of 1 to 10, I'd go probably 8, 8.5. I'm pretty confident they're in. It is not impossible. Like, if they were to get blown out on Thursday by Kentucky, or you want Kentucky to beat LSU. You don't want to be playing LSU because a loss to LSU hurts you. A loss to Kentucky probably doesn't hurt you unless it's by like 35. But if that happens and then everybody else on the bubble suddenly starts playing well and some teams like SLU, like Gonzaga or St. Mary's, like Miami of Ohio, don't win their conference tournaments, if all of those things happen, it is not impossible that Missouri gets left out. But like I ran through in 10 Thoughts this morning, I ran through kind of about 16, 18 teams that you're looking at, and there's probably 11 spots for them. I mean, the bubble, like, Missouri fans were frustrated, and I understood why after the game on Saturday. But then as the rest of the day played out, you looked at it, and basically the only bubble teams that won were playing other bubble teams. Like, Missouri went 0-2 last week and still had a better week than most teams on the bubble because nobody is winning games right now. I mean, it's like nobody wants to get in this tournament, and it was a common thing, and I agree with it. Like, this weekend is the best argument against expanding the tournament. Like, you have to find 68 teams, and it's kind of tough this year.
You think you might make telling someone to F off a regular thing on your postgame show? Maybe that could become your thing?
It's not as uncommon as you would think it is.
I think we'll have a sponsor that.
Yeah, you want to be known for something.
Sometimes you just had enough.
Yeah.
I usually, if a game's a couple days old, I move on from a post-game show, but I am committed to listening to the entirety of Saturday's post-game show just for the implosion. I'm about 10 minutes in, Colonel, and I can sense it bubbling, and I gather there was an eruption at some point.
Well, it's just sometimes when you interact with the diehards, sometimes it's a little beyond my ability to handle it.
I will say, from appearances, great atmosphere, fun, big time college basketball game.
I mean, that was a game where if you weren't invested in who won the game, like that was a fun game to watch, no question. I think there was probably also a level of frustration added that, like, I said, Trevon Brazile had like 9 points in the first 4 minutes. And I said to the guy sitting next to me, I said, I can't imagine a bigger nightmare than Trevon Brazile knocking Missouri out of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And then he made the game-winning three.
Yep.
And
then he turned to that Missouri bench, didn't he, Colonel?
Did he? Yeah. I didn't see that.
You see that, Jackson?
I mean,
I did.
Yeah.
It was
he
noted.
He is one who I understand why he takes the heat from Missouri fans he does. Because, like, some kids transfer, leave, whatever. They just wanted to go to a different place, and that's fine. Trevon left and took shots and did it for years. And, I mean, he is welcome to go anywhere he wants, but the way he left, I understand why he draws the ire from Missouri fans that he does.
Yeah, and he was the one who fired the dagger on Saturday. Missouri will get Kentucky or LSU in the SEC tournament, and it would take a surprise, but it's certainly possible. Colonel says he's 8.5 on a 1 to 10 confidence level of Missouri getting the NCAA tournament. You don't want bid stealers, Doug.
No,
you don't want bid stealers. And that all gets underway this week.
There aren't that many of them, though. Like, there's only 3 or 4 mid-major teams who would make the tournament without winning their conference tournament. So, like VCU, SLU, and the A-10 is interesting to watch. Like, Missouri probably wants SLU to win the conference tournament because I think SLU's kind of played itself into a position where if it were to lose its first game, like, I think they'd probably still get in, but Sunday wouldn't be super comfortable.
Sure. I'm in agreement, considering it's Fordham or George Washington. And again, it all depends kind of on what takes place around college basketball. Gabe DeArmond, you can read him throughout the week, and what we hope is a run into March at powermizzou.com. He's with us on Mondays and Fridays here on The Morning After, presented to you by James Carlton. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
You too. It's Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA 101 ESPN on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Collier and Thompson?
Well, sure, and you should too if you ever want to fix up your house. I mean, you've been putting it off, and now you look around and you haven't done anything to your house in 15, 20, 25 years. You need to keep it updated, and there's no better place in town to do that than Collier and Thompson. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the very best cabinets, appliances, and countertops in the business. When Collier and Thompson walks away, you're going to be super happy and have a remodel that should last a lifetime. How long have they been in business? Well, how about since the 1950s? Their employees have more than 165 years of experience between them. These are people people that have seen everything, done everything. Anything in your house that needs an update, they can handle it, whether that's redoing your entire kitchen, a master bathroom, a basement, a rec room. You want to knock out some walls on their lower level. They do a lot of that, too. Great showroom on Manchester and Baldwin. More than 10,000 square feet and 20 kitchen displays or more to look at to get some really good ideas on what you can do to make your house look great. They say that about 65% of their business is repeat business and referrals. It's people who have used Collier & Thompson in the past, love what they've done, and want them back out again. I'm sure you will feel the same way if you let Collier & Thompson help improve your home. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin. It's next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Sponsor the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day, and that's coming up at approximately 9:45 here on The Morning After. Send yours in The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. You can go to igotfloored.com right now and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just go to igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring's website. They have so many varieties of all flooring, 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. There's a reason they've continued to grow throughout the 3+ decades. Employees love working for him as they feel like family. He makes sure they feel taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the products as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. don't think there's a music theme today. We've had Boys to Men.
No.
Is this his instrumental, or is he getting worked up?
It's a really long song, so this is just the part where he's...
Songs in the Key of Life. One of the... Is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Stevie.
I believe Rolling Stone has this ranked as the #1 album of all time.
I was going to say, this album is always up there.
I think Rolling Stone has this.
Doug, I just looked at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and Toy Maltese family said, today I asked my phone Siri, why am I still single? And it activated the front camera.
Oh.
Toy Maltese family is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It looks like people are just asking questions. I'll answer them. Why is he called Jackie Papers? Well, his name's Jackson. And in the Puff the Magic Dragon song, which Robert De Niro in Meet the Parents said is about a boy and his dragon, meanwhile, Gaylord Fokker implied that it might be about marijuana. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff. That is where the name comes from. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Doug.
Okay, yeah. Big hit. Huge hit.
Right there. Right there. That was it right there.
And then we lost Little Jackie. Just went Papers.
Yeah. And you prefer that nickname over Action Jackson, which was a Carl Weathers vehicle, Martin?
That sounds right. Jackie Papers is a fun one. I like that one.
When Jackson's down there in spring training, Cardinals just call him Papers.
Yeah, just Papers.
They don't even call him Jackie Papers, they just call him Papers.
Pretty soon it'll just be Papes.
There is...
Do your parents call you Papers?
No. There's someone who called me Papers down there in Florida who I didn't... It was like an older gentleman, and he's like, hey,
hey, you just cross paths with an older gentleman.
Hey, Papers. And I was like, who the hell? Who was that?
Was he an usher?
I was like, oh, yeah, you were talking to me. I was like, oh, yeah,
Where did this happen? Were you like
the
a
golf
cocktail
course?
lounge?
On the golf course. Yeah, it's like, nice shot, Papers. Who just called me Papers?
People are now spotting you around town?
Well, like when we, Joe Buck recently came on the program, and I call before he comes on. He goes, Papers, how are you? Like, what a life, man.
Why don't you close out the Sports Center updates with the latest on Papers. Just make it your brand. Just strengthen your brand.
Have it covered nightside?
Yes.
Like that was...
Herb Humphreys. Got it covered
on the nightside. Kind of looked like William Conrad. Except William Conrad would drive that giant town car, but he could always somehow park it and just chase down the bad guy.
Yeah.
Even though he was morbidly obese.
Yeah, old and morbidly obese.
But he could chase down the bad guy.
Always run him down.
Mm-hmm. Get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the number to text in. It's Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you're also welcome to call in. We had a big phone call segment in the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt's intuition. He knew there were going to be some good ones. He called his shot, and he delivered. Coming up in about 10 minutes, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email in and possibly win the email of the month, which then gets you a garage door from Schaefer Door Company. Guys, Puff the Magic Dragon has to be one of the strangest MFing mainstream songs. It's about weed.
It isn't.
Whoa.
It isn't about weed.
Now you're going to get an argument with Arbor Day, the all-time texter of the year. It's about weed, but sounds like a Sesame Street sing-along. The 60s were wild. That's from Arbor Day. So you're saying it's not about weed.
It is absolutely not about weed. The writers of the song took it from a poem that was written in the 40s and 50s. It's about a kid growing up, leaving his toys behind and moving on to other things. It's not about marijuana.
Is that the Giving Tree with Shel Silverstein? Am I right on that?
Yeah.
And Shel Silverstein ripped off Peter, Paul, and Mary, who ripped off Jack Kerouac? Am I right on that?
Somebody else, yeah.
Sounds right. Somebody brought up the fact, Jackson had I'm new here and I'm behind on the old episodes, but were you Sauce Boss at some point?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a brief moment of that.
They said he dubbed himself Sauce Boss.
I remember on Jackson's first show, and I think it was during COVID, so we were all working remotely. And maybe Jackson, even though a longtime listener to the program, as his parents have been as well, introduced himself to the audience. And I guess talked about how he liked different sauces, and then also that he was as single as a Pringle. I believe that's what happened. Is that
That's right.
accurate?
Yeah. Which is a line from 21 Savage's song, Dead People.
But I think if you call yourself Sauce Boss, you will stay single. Self-fulfilling.
Not wrong.
Yes, Doug. Moving on from toys and whatnot to drugs like marijuana. That's from Cream.
It just isn't true. I mean, it makes for a cool song. This song is about marijuana. How cool is that? It's just not the truth. Not the truth. Sorry.
Yeah, there is an argument to be made that songs can be about whatever you want them to be about.
I suppose.
So if you want to take it that way, you absolutely can. And the writers of the song or the singers of the song can also have different intentions in singing.
So are we taking questions from the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
Yes.
Okay. Fire away, Michelob. And if not, Ben, you can call back, and I'm going to do a deeper dive into this medieval history PhD.
Up to his death, Yarrow maintained that the song did not reference marijuana. Up to his death in January 2025.
Arbor Day is not happy, Doug, that you don't think it's about drugs. Just tell Doug that Brian Kilmeade says it's about drugs and we can all move on. That's from Arbor Day.
Why they all kind of look like John Turturro? Both Peter and
Paul. What are we
Paul.
talking about now?
Both Peter and Paul. They kind of look like John Turturro.
Martin, do you have the answer for that one? I don't know if that's from the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. This is Jackson.
I'm going to see if I can get a Peter, Paul, and Mary surprise related guest.
I don't think any of them are still alive.
Mary, got anything going on? Maybe there's
Google
a kid.
it. Find out how they wrote the song. They'll tell you.
Leonard Lipton.
Peter Yarrow said, no,
Dead.
it wasn't about marijuana.
Yarrow, dead.
Well, he said it before he was dead.
No, I know. I'm trying. We're trying to book.
Jason's blowing up your credibility by saying they're dead.
We're trying to get them on the show. It's tough if they're beyond the grave.
I've got
Mary Travers.
I got
She's still alive? Dead.
I got I got Paul at 88.
Which one?
Noel Paul from
Stookie? One of the Stookie brothers?
Stookie brothers.
Peter
Weren't they
Paul.
after Woody Harrelson and Rosie Perez?
We can get both of them on.
He says they're all dead, and I'm like, it's Peter, Paul, and Mary. I just found Paul.
And they're the Stookies?
Peter Yarrow's dead.
Well, I got Paul.
Well, they got old.
Okay.
Paul is 88.
All right. So, well, we got to hustle.
Singer-songwriter. Chairman, let's work on this. I need Paul Stookey. Stookey. Paul Stookey. American singer. So we'll get him on, and Doug, you two can go at it.
I just invite you to Google it and read about it. And the people who wrote the song said it wasn't about that. It was originally taken from a poem years earlier.
But sometimes narratives, sometimes the truth comes out later. Doug, I had Randy Bachman from Bachman Turner Overdrive on a show one time. This is the News Talk era. Randy Bachman, he said, it's actually Bachman. And I said, I'm sorry, it's Bachman Turner. He goes, no, I know. I just kind of went with it. He said, I actually go by Randy Bachman. I said, but the band's name is... He goes, I know. I just finally...
Way too late for that.
He's decided to start telling people we've been saying it wrong.
Nope, too late.
Oh, sure. What everyone says is always 100% true, Doug. Don't be so naive. That's from Sharon in Clayton, who's in an alliance with Harrison's brother, Master.
And now there's a texter called Harrison's sister, Ruth, which I guess would be Ruth Bader.
You're getting owned right now.
Chuck's appeared.
That's right. Technically, you can say that White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane is about Alice in Wonderland, but Alice in Wonderland is surely about hallucinogenic mischief. That's from Major Stronzo.
Don't you think the song is about what the writers and the singers created? It's what they think it's about. Isn't that the real answer of why they wrote the song and the meaning of the song? Not something you could make up. You could make up something about almost every song.
It's true.
Jackson, you just told us that a song can be whatever we want it to be.
Well, yeah, I don't think that any one person has the right to be like the arbiter of what a song is or isn't about.
Except the person who created it.
I think they can give their intentions when they created the song.
But they created it.
Okay, but people can take it however they want it. There's multiple different meanings of certain pieces of media.
I guess you're allowed to take it in the wrong way.
Or in your interpretation of it. If they're going to be like demonstrative about like, no, you have to consume this art the way I intended or you don't get to consume it at all, I think that would be pretty territorial.
No, you could still consume it, but you might be wrong to come to a false conclusion as to what it's about. You
or
still
you're
enjoy
taking
the
your
song.
interpretation of it.
Well, Minute Bowl eligible says Muskrat Love is actually about angel dust. So there you go.
Is that the Captain and Tennille? Is that a Captain and Tennille?
Feels right.
Were people upset about him wearing that captain's hat back then? Because right now it strikes me as a little surprising.
They didn't really get too upset about it, no.
Kind of has a Charles
People
Nelson
wore all
Riley
kinds
vibe to it.
People wore all kinds of goofy stuff back then.
Stick to movies, nerd!
Oh.
That's in the 31-4.
No thanks.
Next one says, speak your truth, Papers.
I just think there's multiple different meanings to certain songs.
But is what Doug's saying, it does make sense.
Yeah,
that
you
the
should
band,
absolutely take into account what the writers of the song
But then
and
you
creators
can
of the
allow
song.
for your own interpretation.
Right. It's like, well, I'm taking this away from the song. You're not wrong to take it away from it.
But the original meaning is still the original meaning based on the auteurs.
Right, and that it's still allegorical, but it's not allegorical in the sense that you're taking it as drugs. Is more about this like coming of age story. But if you like take it away from it as drugs, you can say that's what I take away from it, not that's the meaning of the song. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be so objective about what the meaning is. You can say what I took from the song. And no one can take that away from you, least of all Martin.
Well, I wasn't trying.
You can't take away an improper.
Guys, I smell a spinoff from Movie Boy. That's from Paranormal Paul. Would you be interested in Song Boy?
I'm way out of my depth when it comes to music. Music ability is not my thing, or really music appreciation for that matter.
Guys, The Godfather is about the moon landing. It's just my interpretation. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Good on you. Some people took the moon landing from like The Shining. There's a lot of interesting
Doug, you
little
take
nuggets.
the moon
around.
landing from The Shining.
You should watch I think it's Room 237. It's a documentary about conspiracy theorists around the movie The Shining. It's quite interesting. Well, there you are. Look at you. You're over there. You're judging.
There you are. Look at you.
Look at you over there judging. Open, closed heart, closed mind.
What, your heart is closed?
I got
Seems like
guy
it.
with a PhD in medieval philosophy, medieval history sitting next to me. All I said was, what? Because on the surface, telling me The Shining's about the moon landing, my question is, what?
Yeah, Room 237. It's a fascinating documentary about like conspiracy theorists around that movie.
Can you further elaborate? Since I asked the
it's
great
a really
question,
long documentary that has a bunch of different angles at it.
All right, there we go. Let's see, Room 237.
We'll wait.
It's going to be a minute. Any business to tend to?
Don't you think you could do that with just about any creation, with any movie, any song? You could read something into it that's not really there, but you think it is.
Yeah. I think people do that often.
Remember Fat Albert?
Yeah.
It's about the Bolshevik Revolution.
Now we're talking.
Sure is.
See, this is what happens when you allow.
How many drugs do you have to take to come up with these sorts of theories?
No, man, just a zest for life.
Doug, Grown Ups 2 was actually about the rise and fall of nationalism in early 20th century.
I don't
That's
think
from
it
Dale
was.
and Grubb.
Hey, if you can make the
It's a
case,
silly, stupid movie.
if you can make the case, make the case.
Doug, Citizen Kane? About alien invasion.
I think it was, yeah.
Tim, Jackson's Sports Center updates are always about drugs, but nobody's paying attention enough to realize it. That's from Steven time. Are you making narcotics double entendres during your Sports Center updates?
Probably have once or twice.
Yeah, like a trip.
But not recently. Yeah. I think people are going a little far on this. I'm just saying that it's someone's interpretation of a song. There is no necessarily definitive meaning.
There is. It's whatever the creator tells you it is.
Okay.
If you want to create your own song and make it about that, then go for it. But if the creator of the song, the writer, the creator says this is what it's about, then that's what it's about.
I don't view it as that black and white, but that's your interpretation of it, which is cool. I'm not judging.
Doug Jackson is not judging.
Well, I'm not judging. I'm just saying I think we should take the writer or the creator at his or her word and say, okay, that's what it's about.
Right, but that doesn't mean you close off your mind to any other possibilities.
But well, he's saying there's only one possibility, which is their version of it, and then you can independently interpret it your own way.
Yes.
But it doesn't change the fact that what it's about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess if you're have a scorecard for what songs are about, it doesn't to me there is no right and wrong.
So you can change what the guy wrote it for.
You're taking it too literally. You're taking this whole thing too literally. I'm saying that, yes, that you should understand the meaning of what the artist was intending to do, but if you take something away from it, that's your personal experience with the song, and you're not wrong for taking something else away from it. You'd be wrong by saying this is what they intended to make. Like if you're saying Puff-O-Matic Dragon is solely about drug use, you would be wrong. But if you say I took away from it the possibilities of the metaphors to drug use, you would not be wrong.
Tim, is that text from the 3 and 4? Is that from Big Wall? It just says, Jesus Christ. That's all it says.
The text in
Jesus Christ.
Awesome.
Jesus.
Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, which is coming up here in a matter of moments. Ryan Luechtefeld.
Some fresh material for the...
Yeah, there is fresh material. There is no question. Dr. Brandon Pryor is at 100 West Dental on Manchester and Baldwin. If you're struggling to eat steak, you're missing a tooth, a denture that's floating around like a hockey puck, get to know Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental. Complex rehabilitative dentistry with implants, reconstructions, giving you the ability to chew and smile back to 100%. Most dentists charge you $500 just to find out what's wrong, but that's not Dr. Pryor. This is for the TMA audience only. Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That's a $450 value on the house just to see if you're a good candidate. Get your smile back, get your life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them I sent you for a complimentary implant consult. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. FanDuel's giving all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. From now till that final 68 is revealed, you're getting daily profit boosts for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single day. Martin, you got to play for the people.
Yeah, I like Utah and Chicago. This is on the ice papers, and I can only interpret it one way. Blackhawks, Mammoth, 5.5 over under. I'm going the over there. That Utah, they like to score goals. Chicago is susceptible there. I'm going to go over the 5.5 for the Blackhawks and the Mammoth.
There it is. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issues, down withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's haunting, isn't it?
It's not a very good record. We can barely hear it. This is not the original. I can barely hear the darn thing.
I have it turned all the way up.
Doug, it's about a young boy who one day would go to Mizzou, and then later take over on TMA and have a pod called Movie Boy. That's what this was about. You can just see the bongs.
Doug, why is one guy off mic?
I don't know. This is not the original.
Is that a bootleg, boy? A bootleg version.
This is from the very best of Peter, Paul, and Mary.
But it doesn't sound like the recording that was the big hit.
Well, want me to roll out the Victrola and we'll get it on wax? I don't know what you want.
In defense of my guy Papers, I'm watching it. He's playing what appears to be an original version.
And what looks like the album cover is borderline cuck scene. I mean, anytime you have a group of three where it's one woman, two men.
That into the song?
Well, she's looking longingly at one of them, and the other one's off in the corner, kind of looking longingly at her.
And you think that's a cuckold?
Anytime you're going to have a trio of two men and a woman, the cuck theories are going to come in.
Wow.
It's unavoidable.
Has there been any other trios with two men and a woman? I think this could be the only one.
Musically, let me think on that one.
Jackson's going to think on it.
Well, no doubt. How many people were no doubt?
I think there were 3 musicians along with the great Gwen Stefani. Doug, hard to believe that it was 30 years ago this month for Don't Speak. Isn't that hard to believe?
Gosh, I couldn't believe that. Yeah, when I heard it today, I couldn't believe it.
That was an internal band romance?
Yeah, that was Gwen. Was that Tony Kanal? Was that the guitarist who she was with?
I just don't.
And he left her. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? I just can't believe that. And 30 years? No, I don't want to believe it.
Then it was about a dragon in the sea.
Yeah. Gwen Stefani's brother was also in the group. It's got to make things a little awkward. And they had a trombonist.
Was that a ska genre?
I was going to say, I think it was ska, so that would certainly fall in that category.
We'll talk more ska in the 10 o'clock hour, but right now we've got this Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Morning, gents. The vasectomy went well Friday. I have to say, it was a lot like losing your virginity. There was a pinch, a few pokes, and then some smoke in the air. The whole thing was over before I knew it began. He even promised to call me the next day. Doug, hit me up if you would like to see the before and after pics. That's from A. The Burger.
I don't think I'm going to hit him up.
I think it was from Daniel Berger. Kind of faltering on Sunday.
Akshay Bhatia, congratulations to Akshay.
Is he your favorite lefty golfer on tour?
A.
Mickelson would be my favorite lefty.
Dear Deidre, hello. I am woman from Germany who listening to program while living some months in America. I enjoy learning humor. I am single, so I'm thinking maybe I find nice American man. There is group of man who say always they do not care about thing, then spend much time on thing. In Germany, we call this hobby. Many of these men tell they only find thing because, quote, scroll past things. This is confusing for I, because the scroll past seems to take entire evening and sometimes whole afternoon at work and typing and whole weekend.
What are we reading right now? Where's this coming from?
Germany. Physically, I imagine this man, how you say, comfortable man, mature, many around age 50 and more. Some have interesting chest shape that show they believe to enjoy estrogen and dairy product.
Oh.
Also, many appear to be between wives and job, which I understand is a kind of American seasonal change for unhappies. seasonal change for American unhappies?
Is this a text or an email? Or It's an email that just came into the show.
They want a garage door from Jason Gossrap over in Germany. I think he goes to Germany.
Munich, he's big.
They spend the remaining many hours arguing on internet about program they promise they do not follow and is fined by scroll past or happen upon.
Oh, it's the best.
In Germany, this level of commitment is reserved for engineering man or doctor man. Recently, I see two men explain they, quote, just happened upon discussion again for third day in a row and make comment number 12 with anger for not caring. One man say he was actual search for something else but accidentally relived whole thing online and talk about it for hour and hour tomorrow again.
Is this Ben's PhD thesis?
People from Germany don't talk like Yoda.
What is going on?
How much longer is this email going to go?
If I want American boyfriend with this strong qualities, how do I choose? Should I select a man with most comment or one with most internet upvotes from other divorced men with bra-shaped chest?
Oh, this is pretty good. I gotta be honest.
That's from Helga, Doug.
Helga.
Okay, the name got me. Helga.
I like Helga.
She's new.
Hello. I can tell by the smell of Costco hot dog on your breath that you're a TMA Redditor. Also, from the stench of raw sewage and compacted Panda Express waste, I sniffed out that you've been waiting around the sub. Yeah, you got to be willing to get dirty when you're doing this kind of work. Fresh off your dopey analysis insulting TMA getting paid to promote guanabanas, you topped yourself with something even dumber, making fun of TMA-sponsored segments. Well done, jackass. Oh, look how they are getting cucked by their sponsors. You typed from your phone purchased at Cricket. How far the show has fallen. Stop it! This show is doing sponsored segments with that sports memorabilia guy. I know he's talking
Bob Ibach. Bob Ibach.
So you can suck it the hell up. What kind of moron says, no thanks, I don't want your money because tough Reddit guy will think I'm a sellout? A poor moron, that's who. By the way, nice job showing that egotistical jackass McKernan about how lame and dumb he is for doing that podcast by listening to all 90 minutes just to goof on it. You showed him and that waspy producer. Who's the waspy? You're waspy?
I guess.
You are not a wasp.
Aren't you a Jewish gentleman?
Yes, but I think some people don't know what that really means.
Stick to breaking down the friendship between Tim and Claves and pounding another layer of skin off your microween? Chippity bop bop ba. That's from Dad's business partner, fan of doing podcasts, generating $0 and 0 cents.
Dad's business partner.
Morning, boys. The night air at City Park was ripe with the smell of soft pretzels and latex. The pretzels, of course, from the concession stands. The latex was from Doug's biking singlet he decided to wear to the game. It was an odd clothing choice given the wind and the frigid temperatures, but who was I to object? I wanted a peek at what was under the hood. As my eyes traveled downward, my stomach dropped. The cold had done a number on weathered Douglas, the shrinkage so unkind. So my eyes did what they had to do. They traveled upwards, up past the navel to his chesticles, where his pepperoni nerps had turned into diamond cutters, piercing the latex suit. Doug, those are for Mayos only. So I went to merchandise stand to get him a blankie. And when I returned, fair Douglas had vanished. See you at the next home match, my sweet prince. Some Bobby Greenbacks.
What in the world? Bobby Greenbacks.
Missed connection. It was hot. August. Wednesday day game. Getaway day. I saw you squatting out of recreation on the Budweiser Terrace.
Oh.
Just to the idea.
Horrendous.
Gabe reported on it, though, down in Missouri.
He did have a very specific. And then somebody texts in, they know who did it. I'm like, oh, for God's sake.
Nothing but the leftover crinkle wrapping paper from your Supreme Nachos left to clean yourself, which made it difficult to see how much you still have to get out of there.
Oh. Why do we need these sort of emails?
Let's go back to Helga.
That's from Poor Film
That
Student.
was it.
I mean,
Poor Film Student.
Oh, wow. It's an abrupt end.
Be poor for a while, I'm guessing.
I had a terrible Saturday. Mizzou sprinted down the court and just gave the ball away. Wow! Put some scotch in your pink pussycat drink with the umbrella in it and review a couple of chick flicks, Nancy. But this email is about whoops holes. Everybody was dressed to the nines at my buddy Butchie's mom's third wedding. His new stepdad, Hank, had just told Butchie he was going to have to share his bedroom with Hank's portly son, Gus. And Butchie was none too pleased. I saw the guys in a verbal argument, but thought that was the end of it. Turned out Butchie decided to establish his dominance. I look over in a coat check, and Butchie had Gus on his back. Step-brother, more like step-smother, because Butchie had Gus's entire face covered with his love peaches.
What is going on with the emails today?
That's from a girl, too.
It isn't. It's from Kevin Miller. Wasn't it? It's Kevin Miller.
It says Elsa, and then she has a middle name of a man, which is Kenny.
Elsa Kinney.
And then the last name is Juan.
Elsa Kinney Wand?
I think everybody's speaking in...
I don't think I get it.
I don't either.
This is like the vanity plate that they stare at for like 10 seconds. No,
Yeah.
Elsa,
Elsa,
that could be... No.
Elsa Kinney Wand.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't get it. Sorry.
This is high level.
All right, maybe we should move on.
High level.
Well, you talk about the tournament. You got the Billikens, who laid an egg at George Mason on Saturday after cutting down the Nets on Wednesday to celebrate a split conference title. And you talk about Bazzori, who lost in overtime against a shorthanded Arkansas team. And you talk about Lebby Jack, who pulled his hair out during the Mizzou loss. So now he's got to comb over this morning.
Gene Katie-esque.
If you could choose between watching the final round of the Masters at Augusta and watching a pale camboy live stream Mizzou playing in a play-in game that he's pretending isn't a play-in game, which would you choose? Ours is the type of presentation where overeducated, underemployed former tech workers who then, for some reason, pivoted to a PhD in medieval history. Feel free to call in at any time and beg someone to hire them before flirting with our boy producer half his age about the Brandon Roy era of the Portland Trailblazers. Up next, we got Boffides, who's here to follow up on his call from October 22nd when you were going to help him find a Laotian woman to be his next wife just as soon as we got the mail-order bride pimp's phone number for Doug's neighbor. I can just imagine how that would go. Excuse me, neighbor, can I trouble you for the contact information for the pimp who introduced you to your foreign wife? F off! That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
I can't tell you who the band was at my prom. Nobody asked me to go. That's from Midge.
Midge. Sorry, Midge.
Oh, my God. And finally, based on today's phone calls, I felt compelled to come up with a list of qualifications needed to become a caller. Notice I didn't specify good or successful. These are just the qualifications to become a caller. There is no such thing as a good or successful caller. It's like a unicorn or a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. First, you need to have little to no self-awareness. You cannot be a caller and be self-aware. Those two qualities cannot exist within the same human. No one in their right mind who is aware of their actions and intentions says, let me call into this morning show that had a producer light his shoe on fire in the studio less than 4 years ago so I can vent about the Blues in hopes that they can do something about it. Those of us with some self-awareness may have the urge, but it's quickly extinguished by sense and rationale. Another qualification is that you can't have a significant other. Out of the 9 billion people in the world, there isn't a single woman who would be smitten by her husband calling into a morning sports talk show that is only on FM because the wallets of the radio station tightened up and they had to put someone into the morning drive sports talk slot. I know guys who secretly took their dogs on a walk so they could call in and hide from their wives while doing so. If discovered, it would surely result in divorce. Lastly, you have to have cried over a loss for at least one major sports team as if you're a member of the team, but in reality, you're 5 foot 4 inches tall, weigh 268 pounds with a 46-inch waist and a 56-inch chest bust. Oh. Quit calling, please, for the sake of everyone. Stop calling the show. Leave it to Steve or Adam, who have lost everything and are barely holding on by a thread. We don't need more men becoming emasculated by sports talk AM radio. That's from Chet's neighbor, and that's what we have.
Neighbor.
For the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, we shall vote and announce the winner at 10:55. Tip of the cap to the audience today. Y'all brought it. Ryan Luechtefeld coming up next here on the program to talk Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish, boom, ba.
This is TMA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Islanders. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Welcome back to the program. We've been joined by Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and you can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL app, and you can always go back and watch the program. See how cute we are on the TMA STL YouTube channel. They're gathered in there. Doug, Jeremy Hodges talking to John Scores and MD 2020 and Jack M7R. You know him, Jack M7R?
I don't believe I do. No.
He's a good guy. He's a hard worker. Clocks in early and he leaves late, just like this gentleman, Ryan Luechtefeld of Delmar Mortgage and Billiken fame. And he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Ryan.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Doug and I are concerned, and we want you to make us feel better about the state of the Billikens. Can you do it?
Well, we might as well talk about something else then.
No. What did you see on Saturday outside of a 29-point debacle?
Yeah, I mean, they just got down. Robbie's foul trouble. Hopefully, that's what really hurt them. I don't know if it hurt them 29 points, but his plantar fasciitis, whatever he's got going on. They are a different team when he's off the floor. But that was. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I think Coach Schertz said similar type things. It was embarrassing. It was not a good afternoon.
Does it seem like maybe they've lost some confidence, some of the swagger they had early in the year?
I don't know if it's that, but I do think teams are guarding them so much differently. I mean, they are just being so physical with them on the perimeter that they don't get good looks. People talk about how their percentage was down in several of these last games. Well, the percentage is down because there's somebody in their face holding them when they're trying to shoot, and it's harder to shoot that way. So I don't know if it's a confidence thing. I think other teams are doing things differently, but then they got to change. Not change. It's not like they have to change the way they play. They recruited these guys for this system, but they have to be tougher. They have to set better screens. They have to come off those screens harder and get good looks like they were a month ago.
Ryan Luechtefeld, our guest. He is with Delmar Mortgage, sponsor of TMA. And Ryan, one of the things I was theorizing, and I'm curious what your thoughts are, as somebody who played for the Billikens, somebody who knows the game, is the success of the team early on, of course, spurred by their ability to shoot lights out from three. Not about quality of shots, but quantity of shots, as you've heard Josh Schertz say. And then also when teams would start to try to get them on three, then they would be able to work it inside, and then vice versa. The inside play, they'd kick it out for open looks. And now I gather that teams are just going, okay, you're not going to beat us with threes. And then if you do drive to the basket, we know you're not going to shoot a mid-range jumper. And so they're waiting for them at the basket, causing them to have trouble when they drive to the basket. And that is why we have seen some of the issues offensively for a team that was scoring so many points with relative ease in December and January. Do you think that is what is going on as far as a game plan? And if so, what option do you think the Billikens have to counter it?
Yeah, I don't think, and if you read anything from Coach Schertz this morning, yesterday, and believe me, I read a lot, he's not, they don't have the guys to necessarily play a different way. Now, that's not a negative at all. These guys are great players. But I do think, in fact, I think in the first 10 minutes of that game, they did try to penetrate more with Kellen, with Deion Brown, with Quentin Jones, the guys that can do it, and McCautry. Unfortunately, those guys kind of missed some layups at the rim, and part of it is maybe what you're saying. Maybe those guys, the defenders, are just backing up, like you said, knowing they're not going to take a mid-range jumper, and that's not going to change for all the people that are going to kill Schertz for it and ask him to have them start taking mid-range jumpers. Read his stuff. That is not going to change. They just have to learn to finish at the rim, in the traffic. Maybe get that going a little bit so they do back off of the three-point line a little bit and then get some open looks there and play that game back and forth. That's their game. That's how they're going to play, and they have to figure it out by Friday.
And if they don't, do you think they could be in any trouble if they lose right away? Could they be in trouble of not making the tournament?
Man, I'm worried about it. Other people I talk to and other things I read say they're solidly in. You know, this last night, the last bracketology still has them, I think, at a 9.
Yeah, 9 too.
You know, so it's pretty hard to fall. You know, what mathematically you'd have to fall now 8 more seeds by a loss on Friday. That being said, I wouldn't want to put it up to the people in that room who are going to look at the Billiken schedule and say, "Oh, wait a second, you've lost 4 out of your last 7 against 4 non-tournament teams, 2 of which were blowouts." I don't want that on people's minds. So let's just win Friday, and hey, while we're there, let's win Saturday and Sunday too.
Hey, this is a general question. Curious because I think over the weekend it got going. With who is it? Jackson, I said earlier, Adam Rittenberg, am I right? The college basketball writer. When Belmont lost in the Missouri Valley Conference, most likely now not going to the NCAA tournament, even though they won the conference comfortably, and now Northern Iowa goes in. This isn't about Belmont, Northern Iowa so much as just a big picture question for college basketball. What are your thoughts on conference tournaments and then those teams that have a great 3 or 4 days, they get in versus a conference champion for the regular season? What are your thoughts on that just in general for college basketball?
I mean, it's not fair. That's the first thing. And I'm just going to say it's not fair doesn't mean they should change it. I don't mean that, but it's certainly not fair. Like for that team that went through the whole regular season and won the conference, and then they have one bad game. Now, if you got rid of it, I would say you're going to get rid of conference tournaments because what's the incentive to have these conference tournaments then? You lose a lot of money doing that.
Right.
And then the way they do have it is exciting. You know, I mean, I'm watching North Dakota State play North Dakota last night because I was interested in that game. And there's a local connection there. There's a kid from DeSmet who plays at North Dakota State. But, you know, people are watching these games because that's fun. Championship week. I don't know if they still call it that on ESPN, but this next week where all these teams that have no thought of getting into the tournament any other way other than win 3 games this week, that's exciting stuff. So it's not fair, but whether they should change it or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's real. I mean, from a logic standpoint, like you said, they lose money, cities lose all that revenue, and if they're not playing for a tournament berth, then there really is no point. And that is at the core why I don't think it will be changed. But it was a question that was spurred by what took place in St. Louis over the weekend. Ryan Luechtefeld, Delmar Mortgage, former Billiken, giving us his analysis of St. Louis University and George Mason and the state of things as they get ready to play Fordham or George Washington in the Atlantic 10 tournament. We'll look forward to talking to you later this week and see if they can right the ship and advance into the semis and feel good about things for Selection Sunday. Ryan, always appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Fingers crossed, and thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you. It's Ryan Luechtefeld with us here on TMA, giving us his perspective on things for the Billikens. Jackson Burkett, you got a wager right now, just like I did. And I lost everything when Doug Armstrong only made 2 trades instead of 3. I lost everything. Furthermore, I will forever be known as a mark-ass buster? Is
yeah, that's what you called me.
Yeah, so I mean, It's only fair then that I'm a mark-ass buster because I'm the mark-ass buster. Are the Billikens in this NCAA tournament?
Yes.
Are the Missouri Tigers in this NCAA tournament?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Yep.
I'll do it, Doug.
Feel confident.
Okay.
Yeah. I think SLU pretty much all but in. Same with Missouri.
All right.
I think if SLU got at least one more win, I would feel a whole lot better.
Yes.
Than if they were to go out in the first round.
Yes. Would agree.
Because now their record would be 27-5, and that's not so great based on their schedule that you just can't ignore them.
And the bad stretch is happening at the end of the season. Recency bias, and if you're saying we got to put the 68 best teams in there, you could make the argument SLU is not playing like one of the 68 best teams in the country. Their body of work would tell you that they are one of the 68 best teams, but how have they been playing as of late? That's also important. So changing the narrative there with either winning the A-10 tournament or having a good performance there would certainly silence some of the doubters.
Ryan Luechtefeld with Delmar Mortgage, 60 years of family-owned business. Ryan himself has been doing it for 22 years, 13 of which with Delmar Mortgage. Call Ryan first. The number is 618. This is his personal number, 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. They're close to Scott Air Force Base, so Ryan loves working with veterans. It's Delmar Mortgage, online at delmarmortgage.com. Ryan's number, 618-593-3608. Personal, local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. The weather's warming up, so is the home market. Work with Ryan Luechtefeld at 618-593-3608 or go online at delmarmortgage.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tourney long, from game props and money lines to spreads, totals, futures, and more. You can even mix things up with the same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Jackson Burkett has a play for you. Here you go.
Right now in FanDuel, Mountain West Conference Tournament winner, Utah State, plus 185. Love it.
Well, the Aggies.
Love the Aggies, plus 185.
However you want to fill out your bracket, FanDuel makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel, it's time to dance. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Must apply select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN, Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. Doug Doty's rocking chair is furious that we have not talked about City's 1-0 loss this weekend to Seattle, and I know you were a little pissed that you decided not to lead with it this morning, so this is your chance to satisfy Doty's rocking chair in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doty's rocking chair, this is Doug Vaughn.
I was so upset by the loss that I really didn't even want to talk about it. It'd get me crying again. So I thought it best to just ignore it. And maybe the next time they get a W, maybe I can bring myself to talk more City soccer. But after a loss like that, you want me to sit here, soldier through it? I'm just not up to it.
Now, Chairman Kurt, who got cucked here by James Carlton, and you called it Cuck and Kurt? That's the name of this segment? Chairman Kurt is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Chairman Kurt, what did you just say? Share it with the listening audience.
I just said the fact that some people like to go back and forth and switch YouTube names throughout the show
I didn't know that goes on.
Is odd to me.
Now, what are you saying here?
I'm saying Doty's rocking chair has other names. I'm fairly certain, and what are you doing? I don't.
It's like Fletch, Always got to keep them on your toes.
And was that Mitch Cumstein?
Yeah. I think that was in Caddyshack.
Got it.
That was the one putting, the daughter of the dean.
City's already in 15th place.
I see 14th here.
So are you saying people are arguing with themselves performatively in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat?
No.
Okay, that would be, wow.
Doty's I haven't seen Doty's rocking chair arguing with their other pin names.
That would be awesome.
But I'm convinced that's going on right now.
Can you give me an idea of how many names this person has? And I assume this is like a 24-year-old, what do you think, Wash U?
Yeah.
Student, and she moved here from Lower Manhattan.
Medieval history major. Yeah, she's getting that PhD.
Because Doug always thinks these guys are like in their 50s and
that's
and
what
hefty.
it is, Tim. Yeah, it's the bowling community for the most part.
And you think they're hefty?
Oh gosh, yeah. Are you kidding me? You've seen some of them, haven't you?
Yeah, they're pretty large.
So what do we have here?
What was the question? Doug threw me off.
How many when you say Doty's rocking chair, do you have an idea of who their other?
Yeah, I didn't know you had like a dossier.
Yeah,
there's tells I can pick up on, and as far as I know, the rocking chair has one other name. Okay. There's probably
what is the other name? What does it matter?
TMA remote lamp.
Oh, is that right?
I believe he's
really likes MLS.
He's really going after Doty's setup.
I think he's being ornery, if I'm being honest with you.
The remote lamp. It looked like we were doing it from like a campfire.
He is going back. Now that you mentioned it, Doty's rocking chair and the TMA remote lamp are both involving Doty. We won't have it.
Yeah, we won't. Refuse.
I got to tell you, I learned a lot right here. Chairman Kerr, I didn't know you knew what was going on in the YouTube chat like this.
I'm always watching and always studying.
Are you really?
You incels aren't getting one by me.
It says St. Louis is no longer a sports town.
Because of us?
I guess.
That's from Chad Powers. James Carlton is here, and despite Doug burying City's 1-0 loss, you're still sponsoring the program, and we're grateful for it. Yeah, thank you, James. Doug's out of line.
I'm trying to get through it, guys. It hadn't been easy for me. Start so poorly.
James, what's going on with you?
Well, I actually have a Sadie Hawkins, but I don't know how much time we have, so I can hit the hole.
No. You have all the time in the world.
All right, Doug, you're the king here of Sadie Hawkins.
He is.
So here's your options.
Okay.
Like a TMA advertising analogy, high school basketball etiquette, daylight savings, or the worst pilot ever.
Whoa. Exploding.
How about high school basketball etiquette?
So Saturday afternoon, I had nothing going on, and I wanted to go watch the future Mizzou commit, Scotty Atkinson, compete for the district championship against Vianney.
Golden Griffins.
And it was packed. I mean, I had to park like a mile and a half away, I felt like. And, I mean, it was sold out. You had to buy online at 8 a.m.
Where was the game?
It was at Rockwood Summit.
Oh, well, okay.
And I'm sitting next to these guys, and they keep having to, get up to use the men's room because they said they were pre-gaming. And they're in their 50s.
Oh.
They don't have a kid playing. Oh. And here, maybe I'm a hypocrite here because, I get really fired up for college sports, but I didn't realize high school had that kind of passion behind it at the high school level.
So were they fans of either team?
Yeah, they were. Big Vianney fans, all grads.
All right,
and
it's all tracking.
One of the Webster kids, his father went to Vianney. And so every time this Webster kid had the ball, they would yell traitor.
Oh, God.
And I felt like that was a little inappropriate for this poor young man.
I agree.
And so, like, I was just
So these guys were like 17, you said?
with the players or the fans. No, the fans were older than me, and so I was just a little, surprised by the etiquette at this high school game. And by the way, all these kids can shoot. I mean, it was a really, really exciting game to watch. I guess they just don't have the frames for the next level. Or maybe the height, but every one of them can knock down threes.
Who won it?
Vianney took it to him in the second half. Yeah.
Were they the underdog?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because
wow.
Webster's defending state champs, and Scotty Atkinson's the best player in the state. But so that was my high school basketball etiquette take. I guess I haven't been exposed to too much high school basketball locally. So
Doug, you ever go to a high school basketball game and yell traitor?
I went to the Lindbergh Cardinal Ritter game Saturday.
And how was it?
It was good, intense.
Yes,
man, those guys, they play hard.
Yes, they do. No, it was a very interesting game. Bad Saturday for me with Mizzou losing in overtime and my statesmen losing in the finals there.
Yeah, I do enjoy high school basketball.
Yeah, no, it's fun. How about this TMA analogy? Okay,
what do we got?
Okay. Let's see. You're good with the dates, right? When did I start advertising? I started advertising with TMA, what, 2017?
I don't know.
2017 is right.
I think 2017-ish, okay? And we've always had great momentum from this program. But the last few months have been record-setting. I mean, the audience, we're so grateful for you. You're responding in a huge way. And I had a colleague ask me, hey, what's going on with you? Like, how are you having all this success? And I want to go to a Movie Boy reference here. Have you seen the film Blow?
Yes, with John.
Good or bad?
Johnny Depp. Bad.
Oh, that's a take. No, this is a take. Okay, this is where I was going. I was going to say it might be my top 10. Not top 5, but it might be my top 10.
Maybe James needs to join Movie Boy.
Yeah, always welcome.
I don't think there's a character in the history of movies that gets me as fired up as Penelope Cruz toward the end of that movie.
Yeah, she's great.
Like emotionally, I just want to scream. She's just so irritating in that. But anyway, in the middle of the movie, they're trying to figure out who his source is. Like, how are you having all this movement of whatever they were moving? We don't want to talk about it on air. But he gets shot in the leg, and he says, Derek for real. Derek Blanken for real. Well, TMA is the Derek for real of advertising here in St. Louis, okay? So that's the marketing message that all businesses need to hear. If you want a Derek for real, it's TMA.
You trying to get a discount or something?
Man, look at this.
Yeah, I'll take a discount.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I'm always looking for discount free
TMA,
parking.
Doug, is the Derek for real.
Okay.
What's his name?
Louis
Paul Rubin?
advertising.
Yeah, it's Pee-wee.
Pee-wee,
Pee-wee
yes.
Herman plays
Rest in
Derek for real.
peace.
And he got in a little hot water for what? Something. Okay,
He misbehaved in the theater.
That's what it was. Yeah, misbehaving in the theater. Okay. And then lastly, here on my what are we calling it? Sadie Hawkins here.
Yeah, Sadie Hawkins.
Did you guys see that pilot for DTF St. Louis?
Yeah.
I did not.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet, Doug?
No.
Jackson, you watched?
I watched the first episode.
I
Yes.
mean, am I on an island here that was a really painful watch?
I think they're
Painful in what way? Because it's intentionally dark, obviously.
Yeah, I get that. And maybe I need to give
Are
it
you
some
talking
more.
about a St. Louis? Because it's painful for St. Louis?
I don't think there's a lot of guys riding bicycles downtown, but I mean, so that
from
might be
Chesterfield.
that might be a little off. But I thought it was incredibly boring. I'm not really sure where it's going. It didn't make me really laugh. It didn't pull me in at all. And I put that up there with one of the worst pilots I've ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So Jackson doesn't like Blow. I don't like DTF St. Louis.
Well, I'm not. I feel like what episode 1 and episode 2 aired last
I haven't
night.
seen
So
that
now
one
it's
yet.
on
HBO Max.
HBO Max. So we'll watch it tonight. Would be my guess. It roped me in. Now I will say this, and maybe some fellow St. Louisans can relate. If it were not called DTF St. Louis, I doubt I would have watched it in the first place. Chairman Kurt, you're nodding. You agree with this hot take that I am dispersing? Yeah. If it weren't called that, I'd be like, okay, I like Jason Bateman. Oh, here's old David Harbour. 1 minute he's thin. 1 minute he bulks on. Doug, he's bulking up for this role.
Oh, okay.
And, I'd maybe watch it. What was that show with the funeral home that was super popular on HBO?
Oh, 6 Feet Under? Yeah.
I gather that this has that same kind of darkness that's kind of a comedy, but it's so dark you don't know if it's...
Yeah, Shrinking kind of has a similar kind of vibe to that.
So I think
Not Shrinking. What's the other? I'm sorry, Severance.
My intrigue is because of the title and because we're in St. Louis.
Yes.
If this were DTF Little Rock, I doubt I'd be watching it.
That's a fair play. I like Jason Bateman a lot. I mean, that would alone get me to watch it. But boy, I was disappointed with that first episode.
Yeah, it's certainly it's an odd tone.
Yes.
I'd say. It's an unconventional tone.
I don't like the way it was filmed. I mean, there was nothing about that first episode I liked. But I'll give it another shot, Doug. I mean,
okay.
But I'm just so on tilt right now that Jackson has blow is bad.
I mean, that's tough. Because he does own and operate Movie Boy. It's
I need to
also
rethink my
pre-revenue,
opinion.
just like goodorbad.com.
I just think there's so many better versions of that movie.
Really?
Yeah. Like Goodfellas is kind of like, to me, it's like, Goodfellas was great. Let's make something like that. And to me, it doesn't resonate.
Both somewhat spinning off a true story, right?
Yeah, it's not like they made up some story just to like hop on the coattails. It's not my favorite person.
Is this a gangster movie, organized crime stuff?
It's a drug dealing movie. It's about the drug trade.
Late 70s and
my
80s,
biggest issue is Ray Liotta plays Johnny Depp's father, despite them being like 7 years apart in age, and it always is weird to me.
God, the mother I hate in that movie too. The female cast. I mean, they really, really irk you in that film.
Yeah.
But the last thing I have for you, Doug, is I don't know what the hell happened in my office this morning, but daylight savings and people just get all discombobulated. It doesn't even
show up
bother
late
me.
for work.
Brutal. I am telling you, I'm hurting. Went to a basketball game yesterday morning. The parents were hurting, and then we went to Zach Bryan on Saturday night.
Okay,
packed, by the way. Absolutely packed. Any boys go?
I did not. Would you think otherwise, though? I mean, is he in that hot of water where he wouldn't sell that thing out?
Was he in hot water? I didn't even know he was in hot water.
Are we talking about the guy that Chairman Curd had something on last year about his Barstool girlfriend?
But I thought that had kind of like...
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was packed at all.
I didn't know.
No, that was all I had.
I'm certainly kind of detached, but no, it was absolutely packed, which I was not expecting based on seeing all the tickets that were available going into it. That's what threw me off. And getting out of there, Doug, a little difficult on Saturday evening. And I would imagine anybody who went to that show knows what I'm talking about. Leaving the Dome at about, I guess, probably 11:30 on Saturday night. Get home, put the kids to bed, and my wife goes, "Oh, on top of it, it's really more like 2 in the morning than it is 1 because of the." And listen, give me this where it's light out until in the summer 8:30. It's the greatest.
Sure,
if you like being outside, but we pay for it in early March, brother. I'm hurting right now.
See, I mean, if I go to Florida or New York and you're losing an hour, it doesn't really affect me. I guess I'm in the minority here. Woke up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning.
I wonder, some of it has to do with how late you went out Saturday night.
That's true. I did.
If you didn't go out late,
I was stuck with the kids solo on Saturdays. I was tucked in about 9:30.
No, we're on.
Nothing exciting here.
God bless.
Yeah. But that's all I have for you, Doug.
I like it. You come loaded for bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
You come loaded for bear. That's James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. He's Jackson's insurance agent. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. And what did you say about advertising on TMA for you and your
Derek for real of advertising. Yes, that's what TMA is.
Derek for real.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate that. That's a kind. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. That's James Carlton.
Have a great week.
Thanks, James. There he is. That's
Thanks,
James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. We will have the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at about 10:55. Then BK and Ferrario take over. Doug, can you tell people about Mark Milton?
Well, he's the guy that's going to help you out if you have any kind of tax problems. We are fast approaching tax season. I guess we're there now. If you've got any kind of issue with the godforsaken tax man, Mark Milton is a name that you need to know. He is the STL tax lawyer. Mark Milton and STLtaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He started his career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. If you have any kind of IRS issue at all, maybe you've got tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, or maybe even you're facing an IRS criminal investigation, Mark Milton is the name you need to know. His website again, STLtaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Did I just hear some idiots say they don't like the movie Blow? That's from Nick. Doug, you pronounce it Piatacek?
I always have, you know.
I don't like Blow. It's never.
Nick Piatacek, you're going to have to call in. Maybe you can join Jackson. Is Gareth on this weekend?
It's going to be an Oscars preview thing, so probably, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I'd say that's likely. And then we'll probably do an instant reaction podcast right after
With
the
Gareth?
Oscars. Yeah.
Yes. Who's the favorite to win Best Picture?
One battle after another.
Doug, one battle after another.
Okay.
You seen it?
I have not seen it.
I haven't seen it. I guess I got to watch it this week.
You would.
I would enjoy it. Really?
Yeah. What's that about?
Ex-revolutionaries kind of trying to. They have to pay for their sins, essentially.
Ben Franklin and such.
I'm bad at giving like plot lines. It's really, really good.
There you go.
Set in colonial America?
No, set in modern time.
Oh, well, he said Ben Franklin. I thought.
Yeah, Ben Franklin.
Ben
not
Franklin's
involved.
in the movie?
No.
What's the damn movie about?
I just said former revolutionaries kind of having to pay for their sins years later.
So, like, it's
Or
George
sins.
Washington. They used to be the colonials, but then Chuck Todd made them become the revolutionaries.
Yeah.
This is about them.
It's about Chuck Todd?
Yeah, it's about the inception of MSNBC.
We thought it would be right up your alley.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sit and watch
It's kinda
that two
like-
or three times.
It's kind of like the
Can't get enough Rachel Maddow.
It's kind of like the Boogie Nights of MSNBC. The rise and the fall.
We're going to break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Martin head-to-head onboarding. We've been joined by Chris Kerber, talking Blues. Gabe DeArmond, talking Missouri. Ryan Luechtefeld, talking Billikens. And we welcome you to talk about whatever you would like as we open up the phone lines and had a wonderful segment with Ben, Nick,
we sure did,
and both of these.
Yes.
You can always go back and podcast the program anytime you would like. And we had James Carlton, and he was just waxing our car for us. I mean, he just said, we're the Derek for real of St. Louis advertising.
That's right. That's right.
That's a great compliment.
I'm going to have to go back and look up Derek for real.
Yeah. But it's best consumed on your own.
Don't tell me when to consume it.
I didn't like that. I didn't like that tone. But I guess Derek was Paul Rubens. And Paul Rubens, of course, worked with Lawrence Fishburne on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Am I right on that?
I'm just pretty sure.
Was Lawrence Fishburne in that?
Pretty sure. Chairman Kurtz confirmed.
Was he a cowboy?
Cowboy. Cowpoke. That's right.
I love Lawrence Fishburne.
And he played Furious Styles in 1991's Boys in the Hood.
Yep.
And, of course, O'Shea Jackson was in there, Doug. Ice Cube playing the role of Doughboy. And now we go full circle.
Yeah, Mark Buster.
I don't understand much of what you guys have just been saying, so I'll just sit here and stew.
Ricky!
All right, Ricky. Yeah. Is that Morris Chestnut?
Yeah.
No, tough.
Handsome.
Excuse me?
Morris Chestnut. Handsome man.
Oh, no.
Well, that's a handsome name, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's like it'd be weird to be like a not great looking guy with the name Morris Chestnut.
I agree with that.
Kind of
like
regal
it's
sounding.
extreme. I was just about to say it's regal. It's extremely regal.
Well, you guys are having a nice show together.
Tantric.
Yeah, you guys are tantric.
Who's Trudy?
Who's Trudy? Title of last week's Questions from the Audience. Tim McKernan Show podcast.
You picking up on this, Doug?
No, not in the least.
Well, the point is that James Carlton this week and Jason Gosrow last week come in here and they talk about how they get return on investment advertising on this program. I guess
Well,
that's the name of the game.
Yes.
That's what it's all about. I mean, that's essentially why we're here. And so remember old Tommy Sabuka? Remember Tommy Sabuka? He's back.
It's our guy.
VIP Auto Accessories. You go to VIP and they take care of everything. Welcome back to Tommy Sabuka. They are a one-stop shop. In some instances, people bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. I got together with Tommy last week and with Brian Grigg, and at one point in the conversation, and I'm giving this anecdote because I think a lot of people know where I'm coming from when I said, are you guys now, you have equity in the business? And they said, no, I just work there. And I go, the way you're talking is like you own it, and I'm not talking about like you're trying to impress somebody at a Clayton happy hour. I'm talking about like their passion for customer care. That was incredible. I was blown away by it. They care about this business, and they care about the customers, and they've been in business since 1979. Doug, I think this is the biggest endorsement for you.
What is it?
Caller Adam is a consistent customer.
Oh, brother.
What?
Okay, well, I'm sure it's a fine place. I guess that shows that they'll take care of anybody.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here's the bottom line. VIP, just like any business, is in the business of making money, and they don't make money when your truck's on their lot. VIP Auto Accessories has great installers who care and take pride in their work, and they maintain old-school business philosophies. They do it right, and they will tell you the truth, and if they mess up or take longer than they expect, they will let you know and get it right. They have 4 departments under one roof: commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hair repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. It's all there for you at VIP Auto Accessories. If it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Window tinting is a lifetime warranty. Window tints will be big this summer. Keep your kids cool in the car. And they do commercial upfits, graphics, wraps, tint, lift kits, hail repair, ceramic coat, paint corrections and touch-ups, paint protection film, powder coat wheels. They do it all. It's VIP Auto Accessories, in business in St. Louis since 1979 with 60-plus employees, and this allows for quicker turnaround times. And maybe the most important thing, caller Adam is a loyal customer.
Brother.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I guess they just don't discriminate. They'll let any deadbeat in there.
Wow.
Just hope that he pays.
Stunning comment. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. Great competition today. Tip of the cap to the emailers today. We'll have that for you coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town, to a triple blend of spirit, but a single purpose of community, and to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phones, to a genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade. That's Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey. It's triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance and flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly.
Hey, TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 locations. The Appliance Discounters in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. East Tennessee State takes on Furman for the Southern Conference Championship, and you can catch it right here on 101 ESPN this evening, 5:45 pregame, 6 p.m. tip-off. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
TMA 101 ESPN, huge day in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and Jackson's got the winner here. I'm legitimately intrigued.
Mm-hmm.
Who won it today? I liked him so much, Doug, I gave a first-place vote. In case there was a tie, I gave a second-place vote.
Yeah, this was a hotly contested race, but we have a winner. Today's winner, another first-time winner for the month, Buck Swope.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Wow, his presence has been announced, and you have to wonder, after Buck Swope didn't get a win last week, is this kind of like Akshay Bhatia winning yesterday? And why is it kind of like what we saw with Jacob Bridgman at Riviera? And why is it kind of like seeing some players who aren't Scotty Scheffler taking advantage of Scotty Scheffler not being on his game, and then Scotty Scheffler finds his game at the Players this week at Ponte Vedra? It seems like there's a parallel there, Doug.
I don't follow any of that. Just know Buck Swope is a force to be dealt with.
But isn't it folksier when you start by saying why?
Why? This Buck Swope is quite a writer.
To win today, too, is kind of like winning a major.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That old boy was due.
Low numbers were posted, and that didn't scare Buck Swope off the numbers.
Today an elevated event?
Today's an elevated. It's a signature.
It's an elevated month.
Yeah, with Jason Gosrow giving away that Schaefer Door Company. And I'm telling you this, Helga was live. I thought
very live.
I thought, now you say that there was a guy named Kevin Miller, but it was a lady
Kevin
named
Miller.
Elsa.
It was Kevin Miller.
She was live. Chet's neighbor or brother, what the hell Chet's got going on.
Your dad's quote-unquote business partner, Brian Strong.
I mean, there was some talent.
People brought it to
Yeah, today was like Augusta National on a Sunday. Tip of the cap to the emailers. Let's see what I got going on here, Jackie Papers. Oh, Polos Plus sponsored the dossier. If you run a small business, this one's for you. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business shouldn't be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson, with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and the marketing side. And Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Matthews, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on for you to upload your business's logo, and then they put it wherever you want on shirts, polos, jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it, they have it. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur or the local business owner. Polos Plus does. That's their business. They've been doing it in St. Louis for 3+ decades. Go to polosplus.com and take 10% off with the code TMA. polosplus.com, promo code TMA gets you 10% off. And if you have questions, you want to talk to Andrew directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com, promo code TMA for 10% off. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.